Hello, my name is Anders Hector and I will be moderating today's symposium. Everything we say will be translated and you can follow a stream in Korean or English on the website. There will also be a Slido box where you can put your questions, and we really encourage you to do so to the speakers, and we will read them as they come in. And I will introduce first the host to this symposia, which is the Ambassador of Sweden to the Republic of Korea, Ambassador Daniel Wolvén. Please.
Thank you, Anders, distinguished guests. It is my great pleasure to welcome everybody to this symposium on the Sciences Awards of the Nobel Prizes this year, 2021. And the title for this session summarizes the discoveries that are being awarded: discovery of receptors for temperature and touch, Earth's climate and how humanity influences it, and tools for building molecules. We will hear today from Swedish and Korean experts about their views on the awards, about the scientists and their work, what it is that they have achieved, and what this means for all of us, and especially in the context of South Korea. Our intention with organizing this event is to create an engaging meeting space for Korean and Swedish people. I hope we will be reaching those of you who value discovering curiosity, whatever your background. This symposium is organized by the Swedish Embassy in Seoul, together with partners in Sweden and here in Korea. These partners are incredibly important to research here in Korea and to cooperation in research between Sweden and Korea. And I extend my heartfelt appreciation to each and all of you, and especially to the Korea Academy of Science and Technology for contributing in making these symposia possible. I hereby declare open the Swedish-Korea Memorial Program 2021. Thank you for your attention. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Ambassador. And next, I would like to turn to one of the most important persons in research in the Republic of Korea, himself a distinguished scientist with a long career and a leading authority in the important field of thin-film transistors for flat panel displays and solar cells. He is a relentlessly positive and supporting friend of the Swedish Embassy, a thoughtful and considerate and generous person to that, the 9th President to the Korean Academy of Science and Technology, Professor Emeritus Min-Ko Han, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'd like to extend my sincere appreciation to the Swedish Embassy for continuous effort in hosting the Swedish-Korean Nobel Memorial Program 2021, even with the difficulties of pandemic circumstance. It is truly meaningful time to collaborate again for this year's program, following last year as the partner of the Embassy. In early part of October, the global attention and the publicity head to Stockholm, Sweden, due to the Nobel Prize. Of course, Korea, like any other country, has long been a country with a great interest in the Nobel Prize. It is also true that expectation of Korea to be awarded its first Nobel Prize for science field has become tremendous than ever since the research output has been increased considerably. In addition to those background, I think that Nobel Memorial Program, which explains the field and achievement of this year's Nobel Prize, has established itself as an essential event for everyone, not only for the people who are interested in science. I also hope the lessons from the works of Nobel laureate to give many great insight to the young scientists and to motivate their academic endeavors. We, Sweden and Korea, have invited world-renowned scientists in the field of physiology or medicine, physics and chemistry for today's program. Though this meaningful words of invited scientists today, I hope that it will be precious time for everyone who is attending Nobel Memorial Program since 2021 through the online. I deeply appreciate 3 Korean speakers to spare the time, and fortunately that 3 speakers from Korea, they work together with the Nobel laureate. So they'll provide very, very explain the insight to our young scientists. Lastly, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the Swedish ambassador, His Excellency Daniel Bolben, for all of his efforts in organizing this event, and Professor Eun-mi Kim, President of Ewha University, for this wonderful providing all the environment, including this wonderful building. I would like also thanks to speakers from Sweden and Korea for sparing valuable time. I really say thanks again for our speakers. Last but not least, I look forward to continuing to cooperate with the Sweden Embassy to promote the collaboration of science and technology for both countries. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope you will all enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Hahn, for your continued support and kind words. Universities are the most important institutions in society for mobility of researchers and student exchange. And we have 5 universities are supporting these symposia that we're doing today. And we're going to hear some brief remarks from each of them, and I want to introduce all 5 at once, and then you will see some video messages from them. First, in this order, President of Ewha Women's University, Eun-mi Kim. Then the President of the University of Gothenburg, Ms. Eva Wiberg. The President of KTH Royal Institute of Science of Technology, Sigbrit Karlsson. President of Lund University, Erik Renström, and the President of Umeå University, Hans Adolfsson. Please roll the tape.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor to welcome you to the 2021 Sweden-Korea Nobel Memorial Program. My name is Eun-mi Kim, and as president of Ewha Women's University, it is a privilege to co-host this program at Ewha with the Embassy of Sweden in Seoul for the 2nd year. I would like to thank His Excellency Ambassador Daniel Bolben and the Swedish Embassy for organizing this event to honor the Nobel Prize and provide a forum to gather and exchange diverse ideas and views. I'm particularly touched that this program is taking place at Ewha, where the women's education began for the first time in Korea's history in 1886, 135 years ago. Since then, Ewha has grown into a research university with a mission to open all doors of academic discipline to women, and that includes all the fields that the Nobel Prize honors. In particular, as we are an all-women's higher educational institution, we are committed to helping foster and empower women scientists whose research would be significant worldwide in all facets of our lives for sustainable development and world peace. I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations to the Nobel laureates in physics, chemistry, and physiology or medicine. Dr. Sukuro Manabe of Princeton University in the United States, Dr. Klaus Hasselmann of Hamburg University in Germany, Dr. Giorgio Parisi of the Sapienza University of Rome, Italy, Dr. Benjamin List of the Max Planck Institute in Germany, Dr. David McMillan of Princeton University, US, Dr. David Julius of the University of California, San Francisco in the US, and Dr. Artem Pataputian of the Scripps Research Institute in the United States. This year's Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine and Chemistry both recognize how crucial the role of human behavior is in climate change. This is an enormously important topic that affects all our lives as well as the planet we all live in, the Earth. I look forward to today's event and lively discussions, which I have no doubt will be very thought-provoking. I would like to thank all the participants for today's program and wish them all a great opportunity to learn from one another's great wisdom and ideas. Thank you very much.
Good morning and good evening, everyone. My name is Eva Weiberg, and I'm the president of the University of Gothenburg. I'm honored and proud that my university is part of this excellent Nobel Memorial Program. And I wish that I could have been with you in person to take part of the presentations. Due to the pandemic, this is of course not possible. The pandemic has brought us many challenges. Perhaps the most important of all for the higher education community is for us to preserve and nurture global conversations, like this one between Sweden and South Korea. The University of Gothenburg is a broad and comprehensive university with a strong research focus. One of our strongest research areas is within political science and in public opinion, democracy and elections. In this field of political science, there is also an established research collaboration with Yonsei University. The collaboration is also strong within education, where the university has exchanged 200 students with Korean universities over the years. We are hoping that this is only the beginning of an intensified collaboration in education and research with the Korean higher education community. The Nobel Prizes are the greatest celebrations of science. In the year of 2000, the same year when Kim Dae-jung from South Korea was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize, Arvid Carlsson, Professor Emeritus at the University of Gothenburg, was one of 3 laureates in physiology medicine. A celebration of science, truth and facts, such as the Nobel Prizes, are of increased importance in challenging times when the international community must act jointly to fight a pandemic. It is with pleasure and pride I see the development of this joint collaboration between our 2 countries. I hope to meet you all in person in Korea during next year's Nobel Memorial Program.
KTH is happy to be partner in this event, and in times like this, it is even more important to keep connected. KTH is the oldest and largest technical university in Sweden with attractive education and world-leading research. KTH is an international university with some 30% of faculty having international background. Yearly, we have an inflow of about 1,000 international students. Korea is important to KTH for further exchange of students and more of excellent research collaborations. With KTH being an international leading engineering university, we'd like to deepen our collaboration as Korea is a world-leading nation in engineering and innovation. I see many similarities and mutual interests. I would like to see more Swedish students going to Korea to tap into the world-leading education and research, but also to learn more about the Korean culture. In the coming years, I'd like to see more research collaborations and more of academia-industry collaborations. Being a part of this Nobel Memorial Program, I just have to take the possibility to tell you about a real pride for KTH, Hannes Alfvén. He is our first but not last Nobel laureate. Professor Alfvén got the Nobel Physics Prize in 1970, and he is considered a pioneer in the field of plasma physics, and his discoveries play a crucial role in today's space research. I have visited Korea a couple of times, and it's a fascinating country. Already in 2013, I joined a delegation of Swedish rectors who visited a large number of excellent universities in the Seoul area. I have really enjoyed my stays. I was impressed by the high quality of the universities and the amazing labs for experimental research. I look forward to once again come back to Korea in real life. For us at KTH, this event is an opportunity to further engage KTH in deeper discussions to increase the ties with your wonderful country.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Lund University, I wish you a warm welcome to the Nobel Memorial Symposia. In the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic that has plagued the world for a year and a half, academic institutions all over the world are in the process of contemplating the lessons learned and trying to navigate in a partially new landscape. All over the globe, decision makers and us academics try to articulate the clearest idea about how to move forward after the pandemic. Frequently, the center stage of these plans is occupied by us and what we do: education, science and innovation. Sweden has a long and solid reputation as a country where the value of innovation and research is highly regarded. The Nobel Prizes are excellent testimonies to this notion. Personally, I feel strongly about this year's prize in physiology or medicine. Myself being an MD, PhD and ion channel researcher, I'm in awe of the achievements of David Julius and Arden Petapoutian for the discoveries of the receptors for temperature and touch. Swedes admire great advances in science, medicine, arts and appreciate their importance for building a sustainable and democratic society. Therefore, South Korea is a country that we feel close affinity to. You cherish the same values about important matters in life and nurture science and innovation. We all hope to be able to meet you in person soon again to maintain, no, strengthen the bonds between our countries. I wish you all a stupendous meeting.
Dear friends of Korea and Sweden, my name is Hans Adolfsson and I'm the Vice Chancellor of Umeå University. We are very happy to be part of the second Swedish-Korean Nobel Memorial Program today. Last year, Emmanuelle Charpentier and Jennifer Doudna were awarded the Nobel Prize in Chemistry for the groundbreaking discovery of the CRISPR-Cas9 genetic scissors, one of gene technology's sharpest tools. At the time of the discovery, Emmanuelle Charpentier was a visiting professor at Umeå University. She often mentioned Umeå as a place where she really could focus on her research and that the university provided a great platform for networking and sharing ideas. Umeå University's strong research areas include, for example, global health, infection biology, plant and forest biotechnology, aging and population studies, and Arctic research. The university campuses encourage cross-border meetings between students, researchers, teachers, and external parties alike. Through close collaboration with local and international stakeholders, we contribute in making new and exciting things possible in society. This is of critical importance now, when we experience a huge sustainable industrial development in the north of Sweden, building plants for car batteries and green steel production. Umeå University has been collaborating with the embassy in Seoul since 2013. We currently have 7 partner universities in Korea and would like to develop further partnerships and to extend the relationships regarding research collaborations. I personally had the opportunity to visit Seoul in 2014 and it was a great experience. Therefore, I do look forward to visit Korea again soon as it's possible. And hopefully next year's Nobel Memorial Program physically can take place in Seoul. In the meantime, I hope that you will enjoy this year's program and do take care.
Thank you very much for those messages. We hope that next year we can welcome each of you here in Seoul. Let's move to the first session, which is on physiology or medicine. And that must be the most important of the Nobel Awards, I think, because it focuses on health and care and well-being, and what could possibly be more important than that? And the first speaker is going to be from Sweden, live early in the morning, earliest of all today, Professor Mattias Uhlén. Professor Uhlén is a renowned academic with impressive scientific achievements. He is also a serial entrepreneur and innovator. He holds some 80 patents and has started more than 20 companies, and at least one of them is active here in Seoul. And he is the founder of the SciLife Lab and the Human Protein Atlas, and both are important institutions of the Swedish scientific infrastructure. Please welcome Professor Mattias Uhlén.
So, thank you very much, and I would like to present the Nobel Prize in Physiology and Medicine at this Nobel Memorial Program. Like the other speakers, I'm very sad that we're not in South Korea this year, but I'm looking forward to next year's Memorial Program. I'm a professor at the Royal Institute of Technology, but also at the Karolinska Institute. I have visited Korea many, many times, and I have a lot of friends there, both in science and also other social friends. And I am very happy to then be speaking at this program. So the Nobel Prize in 2021 in Physiology or Medicine is awarded jointly to David Julius and Arden Patapoyan for the discovery of receptors for temperature and touch. But before I go into their achievements, I would like to just give you a brief outline of how the Nobel Prize in Medicine is awarded. This prize is elected by the Karolinska Institutet. In the will from Alfred Nobel, he explicitly said that one of the science prizes will go to medicine, and this will be awarded by the assembly, the Nobel Assembly at the Karolinska Institute. And I just show you, and you can see actually the will here up to the right. You can also see one of the first Nobel assemblies at the Karolinska back in 1910. The sort of annual cycle of the selection procedure is quite comprehensive. It sort of starts with the deadline of submissions in January, and these are then evaluated during the spring. And then in June and July, the evaluation work is progressing, and then in September, the Nobel Committee submits recommendations, but it's only after a majority vote in the Nobel Assembly at the Karolinska that the Nobel Prize is announced the first Monday in October every year. And then the Nobel Prize award ceremony is at the 10th of December, and for the medicine prize, they are then giving their lecture at the Karolinska Institute. This year's science prize then is about human feel, heat, and touch. And the two awardees has separately from each other been trying to understand how we humans feel heat and feel touch. And this is, of course, very important for how we see the world. So if we start with David Julius, he and his co-workers created a library of millions of DNA fragments corresponding to the genes that are expressed in the sensory neurons. And what they could do is to finally, after a lot of work, to identify a single gene that was able to make cells sensitive to the active ingredient in chili, capsaicin, and which caused this burning sensation that we feel when we come into contact with chili pepper. And using that, then they could identify this gene and this protein that actually then is responsible for feeling heat. The other awardee, Ardem Pataputian, he and his co-workers, and he was at La Jolla in California, succeeded in identifying a single gene, those silencing, when you cut it off, render the cells insensitive to poking with a micropipette. And after a lot of work, they could then conclude that this gene, actually it's two genes that was identified, these were then responsible for how we feel touch. Sorry. The discovery of these receptors for heat and touch, then together they constitute now a rather remarkable insight in how we humans feel heat and touch and the senses. So what is then the benefit for mankind of this? Well, obviously, the discovery has profoundly changed our view on how we sense the world around us. The groundbreaking discovery by this year's Nobel Prize laureates have allowed us to understand how heat, cold, and mechanical forces can initiate the nerve impulses that allow us to perceive and adapt the world around us. And this is not only benefit for understanding human biology, but it's also, of course, important when you have diseases involving touch, heat, temperature, and so on. So this is truly, I think, a worthy prize.
This is the inner ear. It is one of the smallest, yet one of the most important organs in our bodies. The functions of the inner ear are multiple. It consists of the cochlea, responsible for our hearing, and the vestibular system, responsible for our balance. Damage to the inner ear can not only lead to a loss of hearing, but also imbalance, tinnitus, and vision impairment. With these 3D images, it's possible to really appreciate the beauty and complexity of the inner ear.
So this was just an example of the wonderful role of senses. That we have created a sort of a journey into the human body, and in this case the inner ear for hearing. So in conclusion then, I just wanted to conclude by saying that this year's Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine was awarded jointly to David Julius and Ardem Pataputian for their discoveries of receptors for temperature and touch. And I think this is a very worthy prize, and I thank you for your attention, and I hope then to see you all in South Korea when we celebrate next year's prize. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Ullén, and I hope you remain with us for the panel discussion in a couple of minutes. But first I would like to introduce up to the stage the next important speaker, Sun Wook Wang, please, while you have a seat. I'm going to introduce you. Professor Wang received his degree at Seoul National University and is now at Korea University College of Medicine, where he is the head of Department of Biomedical Sciences. He also has been a research scholar at the Scripps Research Institute and Harvard Medical School. Very warmly welcome to you, Professor Wang. Please.
Yeah. Sorry. 네, 친절한 소개 감사드립니다.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction. Today, I hope to touch upon the historical context of this year's Nobel Prize in Physiology and Medicine. I think for more than a century, many outstanding scientists from diverse fields have contributed to the research and study of the senses. And I think Professor Julius and Professor Pataputian are at the height of that legacy. On this side, you will see pictures of leading scholars. There are quite a few of them, and you may notice that there are quite a few Swedish and Korean scientists, and it is in this regard that this year's award is all the more significant. Of course, I think it all began with the study of physiology. Physiology built a solid foundation for the research of senses. Here you can see the pioneers of sense research from the end of the 19th century to early and mid-20th century. Among them are Blix and Zoderman, outstanding Swedish scientists. By this time, many experiments on measuring somatic temperature and touch senses had been done, and sensory neurons had been discovered. And in fact, a German professor, Max von Frey, invented a touch simulator machine that has been modernized and automated and is in active use even today. However, at the time, it was not easy to identify the touch and heat receptor molecules, technologically speaking, and in terms of technique, it was not easy. From the 60s to 90s, pharmacology and medical chemistry started playing a major role. The field realized the usefulness of capsaicin, which is a key component in chili peppers. The Hungarian scientists, who are also a couple, Jancho and Jancho Galver, their student, Professor János Csócsányi, and Swedish Professor Fekfelt made huge contributions. They discovered when injected with capsaicin, the sensory nerves are stimulated, triggering pain, and when injected in high concentrations, the sensory nerves became incapacitated, leading to a pain-killing effect. So, capsaicin is actually used as a painkiller in some of the diseases, and this basic concept was established by these scholars. And a lot of capsaicin derivatives were also invented in the 90s. Scientists at Sandoz, currently Novartis, Professor Peter Blumberg, and also SNU Professor EGU made large contributions in inventing capsaicin derivatives. In a sense, a decoy substance used in discovering the receptors were secured at this time. And the first blueprint using capsaicin was finally published in the 1996 Journal of Neuroscience. Professor Oh Taek, myself, and Professor Kim Dong-hee of the Rosalind Franklin Medical School successfully detected the TRPV1 functions from sensory nerves. And we use the patch clamp technique in our experiments. This was also the legacy of the 1991 Nobel Prize laureates of Physiology and Medicine, Professor Neher and Sakmakhan. However, we could not find the TPRV protein or gene itself. And I think that Professor Julius's team solved a lot of the problems that he was faced with the blueprint. And he also used calcium fluorescent technology to speed up his research. And the results were compared with the blueprint of 1996 that we published. And Michael, Katrina, and the professor from Japan, Tominaga, made also big contributions. And I believe that they are currently professors at a research institute in the US. And Professor Julius actually established a theory that TRPV1 could also be a high-temperature sensing receptor. Already, many physiologists had discovered that among sensory nerves, there are some that react to diverse stimuli. In other words, he figured maybe TRPV1 was responsible for our ability to sense different impulses. We often say something is hot when it is extremely spicy, so in retrospect, it seems like a natural, obvious idea. And if you look on the right-hand side, you can see that this was published in Nature, and it also made the cover. And because the general public is also familiar with the hotness of the chili pepper, I think it also drew a lot of attention from non-experts, from the general public. And furthermore, Professor Axel, who discovered the olfactory receptor, was also used for the discovery that was awarded this year. And it also used fluorescence imaging developed by Roger Sen, Nobel Prize laureate for chemistry in 2008, and this Cairo electron microscopy, which led to the finding of the TRPV1, was also used. And so you could say that so many different sciences came together to complete this achievement in physiology. And the convergence of these techniques, and added here, bioinformatics, led to the discovery of cold temperature receptor, TRPM8. By using bioinformatics, TPRV1 was extracted and checked for a menthol response. And the discovery of TRPM8 is interesting, that it is a simultaneous discovery which happens every once in a while in science. Dr. Julius's paper was published and decorated the cover of Nature on March 7th, and Dr. Pataputian's paper was published and was on the cover of Cell on March 8th. It has also served as an inspiration in the discovery of new ion channels. I think one of the most biggest achievements is that it gave way to translational research. Sweden professors Huegest and Zygmunt's team discovered that TRPV1 reacts to the body's various endogenous modulators, thus aggravating pain disease. And based on this discovery, the team established the concept that TRPV1 is a pain-killing target. And Professor Lee Ji-hoo, who I mentioned earlier, along with Professor Choi Sun of Ewha Women's University, are currently collaborating to design a computation-based TRPV1 painkiller. It also served as an inspiration in the discovery of new ion channels. Professor Oh Woo-taek discovered anoctamin. Myself and Professor Bill Schaefer of the MRC of Cambridge have discovered TMC, and we published this work in Nature in 2008 and 2013, respectively. And surprisingly, Professor Jeff Holt is already discovering that TMC1 and 2, which are a type of TMC that are olfactory receptors, sound receptors. The molecular machine that detects sound is very complicated, so there's still some way to go, but I believe this work is also making its way toward a Nobel Prize. And this is, as I mentioned earlier, research that is currently led by Harvard University professor Jeffrey Holt. Now let me move on to the story of piezo. The legacy is similar to that of TPRV1. It builds on the work of many previous scientists, and Professor Ed Paul, Professor Kuma Waza, and many psychophysicists have led their achievements to the discovery. And also when it comes to the biophysics area, many mechanosensitive ion channels were also discovered. And so these were huge contributions in establishing experiment methods that led to the discovery of piezo. But when it comes to piezo, they did not have a useful substance like capsaicin. So patch clamps had to be done on each cell of each protein. Professor Pataputian used bioinformatics to reduce the candidates, but it took Professor Bertrand Coste 1 year to test all the candidates one by one. And of the 73 candidates, he hit the jackpot on number 72. At the time, Korean scientist Kim Sung-eun published an article on Nature that piezo also contributes to touch sensory. This blueprint on the left-hand side cannot be overlooked either. Professor Oh's team came up with this blueprint in 2002, and Professor Cho conducted patch clamp techniques a whopping 2,962 times. As I mentioned earlier, Professor Cost actually had to test all the candidates for almost a year, so I think it took her almost a year too. So both cases illustrate that success is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration, and that is what Thomas Edison said. Don't you think these images look like blooming flowers? The protein tertiary structure was completed by Dr. Pataputian's team and Professor Bai Lang Shao, who was his student. So Professor Shao is very active in this realm of research, and Dr. Rock McKinnon, who received the Nobel Prize of Chemistry in 2003, also contributed with an independent study on piezo protein. What is especially interesting is that before piezo was discovered, it was thought in physiology that various mechanosensitive receptors were in play in each tissue of the human body. Also, when piezo 1 and 2 were discovered, they were thought to be in charge of cognitive touch, but it turns out piezo 1 and 2 are in play in most tissue in our body that expands, contracts, and flows. So in fact, it is at work in terms of blood pressure, the growth of our bones, the expansion of our bladder. Even more shocking is that piezo plays an important role in the growth of plant roots. You can see the diagrams that elaborate this. And Dr. Min-Soo Hong is actually prolific in reporting about the role of piezo2 in blood pressure control, and he has submitted many papers in many high-profile journals. So I think that the sensor receptors were discovered as many different fields of science all came together in this melting pot of physiology. This discovery is giving birth to a new field called translational science, and it is transforming physiology itself. And I think that this is a really good example of how convergence and divergence of many different fields can lead to notable achievements. And I took a look at the historical context. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Professor Wang. Very interesting. And thank you, Professor Lien, as well. Good to see you there, both of you. So from your presentation, Dr. Wang, I understand the importance of legacy in this kind of research. You can see you mentioned the Nobel Awards from '91 and research that you were doing in '96, and then things that were happening in '97. And it seems the DNA research genetic research have been very important for these results. But the findings here are not the DNA, but the findings are this sensory apparatus. Could you talk a little bit about how that works when they turn DNA on and off and the knowledge to acquire that ability to finding the sensory apparatus that they did?
굉장히 좋은 질문이시고요. 그게 이제 기술적으로는 제가 오늘 언급을 미처 못했습니다.
I did not go into the technical details, but that is a very good question. In 2006 and 2007, there were Nobel laureates of RNA interference. And it was used in discovering piezo1 and TRPV1. So turning on and off genes is a technology that was used for this year's work. So TRPV1 and piezo, the DNA fragment library, however, was comprised based on the genius of Dr. Julius and Dr. Pataputian. In order to select these DNA fragments, they figured that in order to decipher touch, that protein cells on the outer boundaries of the cells will be used. So I think that their deduction was key in this discovery.
Weigh in on this question as well.
Well, it's a little bit hard because I only heard this in Korean. But I think it is important that both of these Nobel Prizes are awarded to basic research. And I think it is very important to point out that basic research is very important for us to actually promote and understand human biology and then in the end medicine. So, and I think that we are fortunate enough, both in South Korea and Sweden, to have government that for a long time has been promoting basic science as part of the governmental funding. And I think this is important not only for us to actually increase our understanding, but also as a basis for making this a better world to live. So I'm sorry if I didn't answer your question completely.
No, that's perfectly fine. I didn't know that you couldn't hear it in English. But I have another question for you relating to that, because what you're mentioning is tremendously important about having the research environment. And these guys, the winners are obviously not the individuals that have been doing all this work on their own, but they have teams, they have labs. What kind of environment do you need to have to do research like this? How large must the lab be? What kind of funding do you need to have? Do you need to have long-term free funding or a company asking you to find something specific? What would you say is the most conducive environment for this kind of research? Professor Len.
If I start then, I think this is a very important question, and I don't think that there is a magical formula for countries how to do this, except for promoting excellence and quality in research and promote quality and excellence. Myself, I've been running a very big program, the Human Protein Atlas, where we've had hundreds of people involved through the years. But I still want to point out that most of the groups in the Protein Atlas has been rather small, maybe 5 or 6 people. And the beauty then is networking and collaboration. And this is not only then, in this case in Sweden, but also internationally. So I think the magic formula, so to say, is to be able then to collaborate outside borders and actually then make good quality research. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. That's very interesting. A small team, a smallish team with good international collaboration. Professor Wang, do you agree with this description? And do you see that there are these environments also available, not just here in Korea, but the places which you are familiar with?
네, 물론입니다. 지금 제가 생각하기에는 그 국제적인
I think networking between scientists and research labs is very important. I think one of the best cases can be found in Sweden. I'm currently with the Korea University School of Medicine, and we are in regular exchange with the Karolinska Institute related to immunology. And in October, we actually held a joint seminar with the Karolinska Institute. And I think that this sort of experience is very important in furthering the development of science at our school. So we need more collaboration in more comprehensive fields with more diverse partners, and that is my hope.
Okay, interesting. I have a bit of a technical question for both of you also, because this topic is, of course, something that everybody can relate to, with pain and pleasure and pain, you could say. And I was curious when I heard about the research and what they had found, that there was a sensor that actually reacted from 43 degrees Celsius. So while I don't know about you, but I experience pain as something on a scale from very little to very much. It's not in steps, so to speak. So are there different pain sensors for different temperature degrees or for different pressure levels? Or is there something with these sensors that can make them send an analog signal, so to speak, a continuous, do you understand my question? It's a layman's question. I'm sorry about that.
제가 말씀을 드려야 될 것 같은데요.
I will attempt to answer the question. I actually am looking at temperature receptors that are triggered by certain temperature ranges from 34 degrees, 33 degrees, and 26 degrees. And we also look at receptors that respond at 17 degrees. But it usually has to be over 43 degrees or below 17 degrees for a person to recognize this change in temperature as a pain. So we are currently researching the temperature or pain sensation within the 17 to 43 degrees range. And because the nerve cells are in charge of detecting this, there is that barrier that the skin provides, so it cannot be fixed at 43 degrees or 17 degrees. That is why the pain sensation is subjective. The pain actually has to be relayed to the nerve cell, and that is why there is a subjective difference to how you feel pain.
Then also comment on your question, which I think is a very good one, is that both of these awardees has done pioneering work, and that is why they are awarded the Nobel Prize. Pioneering work showing the exact receptors that are responsible for heat and touch. But as you alluded, obviously this is not the end. Science will continue. This is like they have opened one door, or actually two doors then, and behind those doors are a lot of other doors that will then in the future make us understand human senses better and better. And I do think that if I'm a young scientist today, I think life science and medical research would be a very good place to be, since there are so many doors to open, and these will be open in the next 50 years. And this will be very exciting for research to understand human biology and medicine.
And these the results of this research, I'm guessing it already has led to some new treatment methods for pain, to deal with pain. Is that true, Professor Ulén?
There are, of course, a lot of developments now in the pharmaceutical industry in order to use this and also other discoveries. And obviously, pain in different forms is, of course, one of the most difficult parts of human medicine. And obviously, this and many other discoveries will be very important for the pharmaceutical industry to develop better treatments and better drugs.
Okay, thank you. We need to wrap up, but I would like to ask you just a very quick question. We have a lot of students following these sessions, and I wonder if you have a brief advice to students that have an interest in these areas, maybe that are aspiring to one day win a Nobel Award as well. What would you say, Professor?
굉장히 어려운 질문.
Actually, that is a very difficult question to answer. Sometimes I tell my students that engaging in research and being in science is like hiking. You have a basic desire to get to the top of the mountain, and sometimes you want to enjoy a nice hiking route. But what I tell them is that if you keep your eye on the peak of the mountain excessively, then it is too difficult. Sometimes you might end up taking the wrong route, but then this may lead you to a peak of a different mountain. So I tell them to enjoy it a bit.
If I just also comment on your question then. So as I said, I think life science and medical research is in a very vibrant time right now, and I think this will be very, very good field for anyone trying to have a research career. I also must say I've been many times in South Korea. I've been working with a lot of institute, in particular KAIST and Sang-Yap Lee with metabolic modeling here in South Korea, but also been working a lot with therapeutic antibodies as part of the company in South Korea, Upclone, and gifted scientist Yongsi Seoul Lee. And I think that the quality of science in this field in South Korea is so outstanding. So I think that I really hope that in the future we will see a lot of Nobel Prize winners from South Korea. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let that be the last words on this session on that very hopeful note. Thank you very much, Professor Wang and Professor Ullén, for participating. And I'm going to move on. Thank you so much. Hang around to the end of the sessions. We're going to move on to the next category, the next prize category, which is physics. I think you can safely say that physics is the most important of the prize categories because it concerns the rule of the universe and it aspires to have a theory of everything, and what could possibly be more important than that? I don't know. I think it's a fascinating area. And I want to introduce the Swedish speaker now, Professor Ludwig Lisana. Good morning, Professor Lisana. I hope you're with us.
Yeah, I am. Thank you.
Fantastic. Professor Lisana is a theoretical physicist and was earlier at New York University and the Niels Bohr Institute. And now he's working at the ICE lab, the Integrated Sciences Lab at Umeå University. And there he works with physicists, mathematicians, and theoretical ecologists with interdisciplinary modeling. And he also has a grant to work with Korean colleagues, and I hope we will hear some more about that. Very welcome, Professor Ludwig Lisana, to talk about this year's award on physics.
Thank you. This works?
We see you and we hear you, and we see the slides.
Very good. Very good. Yeah, so first I want to thank the organizers for giving me the chance to talk about this year's Nobel Prize in physics. And as Anders Hector pointed out, my background is in statistical mechanics and also biological physics, so it makes sense for me to focus a bit more on George Paris's work. So in this talk, I will mention three things. I will talk about his extreme intuition, I will talk about his breakthrough idea, and also I will touch on some of his interdisciplinary works, which inspires me personally. So whenever I read Paris's work, also listen to colleagues talking about him, you listen to talks by him, you read interviews by him. So what strikes me is his extraordinary intuition about physical systems. And as some of you might know, Parisi, he studied disordered magnetic systems, so-called spin glasses. And when he came up with this breakthrough idea that earned him this year's Nobel Prize, both physicists and mathematicians, they had worked on this problem for about a decade. And it was clear that it was very challenging. But to solve the problem, he didn't use more sophisticated math. He thought differently about this problem. He had a completely new approach. He proposed a solution a bit sort of like out of thin air, And it took mathematicians close to 20 years to figure out that he was actually right. The proof came in 2001, so fairly recently. His idea was revolutionary, and his contributions, it opened up the field and also led to breakthroughs in other areas. And when people asked him how he came up with this grand idea, he simply answered, I don't know. True or not, so what stands out to me is, again, not his extreme math skills, even though they were likely very good, but it's his intuition about physics. And it was his intuition that allowed him to crack this extremely complicated problem in theoretical and complex systems. So next, I would like to touch a little bit more on what he actually did. And the chances are that some of you are not too familiar with spin glass systems and disordered magnetic materials. So therefore, I will explain his breakthrough idea in terms of a simpler system that I think most of you are more familiar with. And that is a social network, and how opinions spread among individuals talking with each other. So now consider this. So this is a little social network where there's one person, and in this network, people can have two opinions, either yes or no. So in Paris's language, it would be like magnets that point in one direction, say up, or in another, say down. So when she is forming an opinion, she's listening to the opinion of her friends, and they influence her in a way that she wants to have the same opinion as her friends. So in this case, it's pretty easy. Everybody in her surroundings have the opinion yes, so she will also take the opinion yes. The opposite will also work, where everybody has the opinion no, she would also have the opinion no. There can be some randomness in the system where some people have yes and some people have no, but then she will make like a uniform, she will weigh in the opinions of different people. But so when physicists study this type of systems, what we are interested in is under which conditions do we see a global uniform opinion spreading across the whole system? So when are all people having the yes opinion or the no opinion, and how this depends on how strong the different interactions are, let's say the strengths of these links. So what we do is that we look at the free energy of the system. So if you plot the free energy as a function of different yes-no configurations that people might have, then you see that there are two states that minimizes the free energy. And these are exactly all the people that either say no or either say yes. And what this means in practice is that if we prepare our social network where there are randomized opinions that say yes and no, and then we use a simulation or just let people talk, then this whole system will trickle down into either all yes or all no states. Okay, but now to make this system a little bit more similar to what Paris actually studied, we need to consider links that are not just positive in the sense that she wants to have the same opinion as her friends. She can also have a different opinion than some friends. So here I show this as red links. So now in this case, if he has the opinion yes, she wants to have no. So when you have a situation like this, then everything becomes much more complicated because she can be in a frustrated state. Some of her friends says yes, others says no, but then she will take the opposite of that. So she can be in a very frustrated state. And when you have a situation like this, and then you look at what the energies of different configurations are, the energy landscape will be extremely rugged and rough. So there are all these minimas where there is a lot of frustration. And when you want to analyze, let's say, the macroscopic behavior of how a typical social network will look like, or in Paris's case, it would be a disordered magnet, then you need to take account of all these states in these minimas. And that was his main idea. Okay, that you need to consider all these minima states and somehow combine them to understand what the average behavior would look like. And what he studied then was different configuration. He called them replicas. And he came up with an idea that he wanted to study how similar replicas are in these different minima. I show a few examples here to the right, where each entry is just an opinion of different persons, and where I just in boldface I highlight the differences. So his main idea now was to say that, okay, I propose that I can write down the free energy that physicists want so much. And by the way, the reason we want it is because if we have thermodynamic relations, we can calculate everything that we want about the system as long as we have the free energy. So he said that I can write down the free energy by looking at the overlaps of different replicas in different minima. And that's what he did. And this was his paper in 1979. That took mathematicians 20 years to figure out that he was actually right. And he did something else which was extraordinary. He could actually group the different replicas depending on how close they were to each other. And he grouped them into an ancestral tree that I tried to depict here. It's called an ultrametric tree. So let's say now this line here, it's representation of, again, the free energy. And now we have weak interactions in our system. So this means, weak interactions between different individuals, which means that now in this case, we only have one state. But as the interaction becomes stronger, the states actually split into more states. So you can have more states, and the frustration would just go up. And then if the interaction increase even more, then you get even more states. So you see this whole hierarchy of different states that are related to each other in this type of hierarchical tree. And what he did was he could actually calculate the overlap between different states in this so-called ultrametric tree. And he did it in a systematic way. And then from this here, he could calculate the free energy of the system, which people were after. So I realized that this part was maybe a little bit on the technical side, but the take-home message here is that if you have a disordered magnetic system, or in our case, a social network, there's a lot of frustration. So, and if you want to look at the macroscopic behavior of this type of system, they need to consider lots of states at the same time. He figured out the way to combine them, and then look at the overlap between different states, and then could calculate like the free energy. Okay, so in the last part, I want to touch a little bit on his interdisciplinary work. So Parisi, he's most well known for his work on spin glasses and magnetic systems, but he has worked on turbulence, he has worked on surface growth, he has worked on quantum chromodynamics, he has worked on stochastic resonance. He even has a climate model in a paper with more than 1,000 citations, where he used stochastic resonance to actually predict variations in the climate. He's also looked at flocking of birds. So in this picture that you see here is a cloud of starlings. And these starlings form these amazing shapes. And this is not dictated by any particular leader bird. It's a self-organization of birds, and they orient themselves to each other according to the orientation of their neighbors. So it's sort of like a spin glass system. When the Nobel Prize Committee phoned him and let him know that he was awarded the prize, they asked about this interdisciplinary work. And so I took this transcript from the interview, and specifically they asked, so what is it about the specific problem that attracts you, since you have worked in so many different fields? He has some answer here, which I don't think it's that thought through, but what strikes me is that he mentions the word fun several times. So it seems like the fun and the joy of doing good science is something that drives him. He elaborates a little bit more later on that we also want to work on meaningful problems that are of interest to other people. But this resonates with me in my work so well, so to the core. So as Anders pointed out, even I'm a physicist, I'm working with problems in cell biology. And I'm also part of a research group called Integrated Science Lab, and we are 20 different researchers coming from different backgrounds. There's, as Anders pointed out, there's computer science, there's physics, there's math, there's molecular biology, and there's also theoretical ecology. And we work on our own individual problems, but we share methods, we share approaches to make progress on our own research. So to wrap up the talk, this is a picture by Parisi taken a few years ago at his 70 years birthday that I got from a colleague. So to me, what stands out about Parisi is his extreme intuition for physics. And this ability, this allowed him to solve a very challenging problem in theoretical physics. that turned the field in a new direction and led to breakthroughs in other areas. And for the love of working on farm problems, he also endeavored into other disciplines. He is a physicist that inspires me, and I think that you will find him inspiring too. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Lisanna. That was very interesting and inspiring. And this is a good session in several ways. One of the ways is that we have now heard a presentation of one of the winners, and we have another participant, Professor Emeritus In-Sik Kang. Please welcome and join me up on the stage here. Nice to meet you. Professor Kang has a long and distinguished career where he, as a young researcher, did a postdoc at the Geophysical Fluid Dynamics Lab at Princeton and came in 1986 to Seoul National University. And you didn't have any reasons really to leave Seoul National, so you remained there. And he has published more than 170 papers in climate science journals with 12,000 citations related to climate modeling and global climate changes. With recognition of his scientific achievements, he was awarded the 2021 International Meteorological Organization Prize. We're very happy to have you here, Professor. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It is very awkward to me to make presentation. This uncomfortable sitting.
Please stand up.
Can I stand up?
Of course.
I will stand up. It is really my honor to introduce the other half of Nobel Prize in Physics. The winners are Shukro Manabe and Klaus Hasselmann for their outstanding and pioneering work on climate modeling and global warming. Many people ask why it is in physics, Nobel Prize in Physics. This is computational modeling of global climate based on geophysical fluid dynamics and atmospheric physics. It is kind of expansion of Newtonian dynamics, classical Newtonian dynamics, to global warming and future climate prediction. I think everybody knows that greenhouse warming is the most challenging, most important human problem these days and in 21st century, I think. That's why today, Global Climate Summit is going on in Glasgow, UK, and G20 presidents, including our president and the US president and G20 president, are there in Glasgow today. They are talking about the challenge to global climate change. This science requires global observation network for a long time. Not simply for a few years, but for several decades, using state-of-the-art technology, all available state-of-the-art technologies, satellite, radar, ship, and many others, and the fastest supercomputers. So that this science is very expensive science with strong international collaboration. But 60 years ago, in 1960s, without much data, and the computer at the time, was a very infant state. But Manabe, Dr. Manabe and Hasselmann started to work on this challenging problem, and they made a climate model. I'll talk about their achievement later. But anyway, with a very, infant state of the technology, they actually initiated the great work, which is most influential to modern human being. So that is their greatness. Since I have working experience with Dr. Manabe, but I don't have much experience with Hasselmann, so I will focus more on Manabe. I think Hasselmann is similar kind of person, like Manabe. So I will more focus on Professor Manabe. And at that time, my stay in GFDL Princeton University, Dr. Manabe was head of my group, so that I have many experience talking with his private character, and he advised me about to be a great scientist, and also I know his science history. So I'm going to introduce Manabe. First of all, for his basic character, he's a very cheerful person with a lot of curiosity. And a previous speaker, he mentioned about fun-driven science. I think Shuki Manabe is the kind of person. And I will very briefly introduce Manabe's achievement. He received his PhD in 1958 from University of Tokyo, and after that he moved to U.S. Weather Bureau in Washington, D.C., and worked at the General Circulation Research Unit. And a couple of years later, the unit moved to Princeton University in 1960, and he also moved to Princeton University. And the unit becomes a U.S. National Lab. And now it is NOAA Geophysical Fluid Dynamics Laboratory in Princeton University. Why they moved to Princeton University is because the first computer was made by Professor von Neumann in Princeton University in early 1950. And their team of people actually applied their computer to weather forecasting. That was their first task. And using a very simple model, very simple geophysical fluid dynamics model, but Manabe's team wants to make a global comprehensive atmospheric general circulation model, including atmospheric physics like radiation and cloud and many other things. So that it is, their ambition was really, really great at the time. I will show some of the complexity, cloud radiation interaction. This is still a most uncertain problem in nowadays. So people talking about uncertainty of global warming. Most uncertainty comes from cloud formulation and the interaction with radiation. This is a very complex phenomena, and this is what they formulated at the time. And using this model, they assessed the impact of greenhouse gases on global mean temperature. And they found that CO2 and H2O are most important gases to maintain global temperature. And then they further developed global coupled ocean atmosphere model with ocean modeler Koch-Bryan, and they established global ocean atmosphere coupled model, which is now global climate model. And that is first model of global climate model in the world. And they estimated greenhouse warming using this comprehensive global coupled model for double the CO2 condition. And the magnitude of greenhouse warming estimated by Manabe's team is almost same as the magnitude produced by state-of-art coupled model these days. So it is great that they started, but they made really reasonable model, and then they initiated greenhouse warming science. After this model, world science community attention on greenhouse warming, and then greenhouse warming becomes most important problem of the human being these days. Of course, a lot of great works afterward, but I will introduce most significant impacts work by Professor Manabe now. And then, because only 10 minutes, so that I want to talk about very briefly about Manabe's Nobel Prize implying to our young scientists. Of course, basic character is important, so that they have to have a lot of curiosity and learning character from everybody. I think all great scientists have such kind of basic character. But I like to emphasize not only character, but also this thing is really important. Needs some long time. Needs some long time for dedicating and building his own expertise, or their own expertise in younger period. I will mention Manabe's case in the next slide. I think we need a good professor, of course, for the knowledge, and a big supporter to have his own free time, to make his own expertise, to build his own science. Maybe this is Manabe's case. This is what Manabe told me when I was there. Manabe didn't have any publication for about 5 years in his early career in 1960s. For him to dedicate and develop a global general circulation model, which became a basis for his future great work. And at that time, great scientist, Dr. Smagorensky, he was the director of the institution, and he continuously talked to him, do whatever you want. And he was interested in building complex climate model, so that he continuously made effort, so that he didn't make any publication for 5 years. I mean, these days, everybody try to publish many papers in younger period, spending so much time for so many papers and projects. I'm asking to the society, is it possible these days? I think it is very difficult in Korea in particular, but everywhere in the world. I think this is because of many system problem, funding problems, and many others. But I don't have any solution for this. But I think seniors have to think about how we find out some good, talented young scientists, finding a young scientist, and giving some free time for them to grow and support. I don't know how to make such things. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's an excellent question, and maybe we should pick up that particular question, because Professor Lisanna, you also mentioned that. No, you didn't mention that, but I read it that Pirsig had his breakthrough result, and then it took him several years before it mathematically was proven. So it would have been a long time where Maybe he was unsure about whether this was actually correct, or could he continue working on it, or did he have to put it aside to get research, to get funded research done instead? Do you know what the situation was for him when it comes to that? In the meantime, before it was proven, how did he deal with that?
So I tried to ask a couple of colleagues that know him personally if he was sort of frustrated, but he doesn't strike me as a frustrated person at all. So if we look at his work, he definitely continued working on the problem. And I think that he was sure that he was right, to be honest. That's a short answer. But he also worked on a different problem, as I mentioned. So he went into different disciplines. But I still think that it's my impression that he kept working on his spin glass problem, looking at different aspects, developing the theory a little bit more, get new insights.
And then if it wasn't proven, then could he publish on that research in the meantime?
Yeah, sure. I mean, his paper from 1979 that is one of the core papers to the prize, he basically said that I propose that this is the solution. And this is a very short paper, 3 pages long, I think. And it's very different now if you look at papers in Nature and Science, they are so big and there's so much work. So his style was very different, but it's different times then. But yeah, he could definitely publish his work.
Very different, probably. I mean, we're celebrating winners here today, the ones that proved to be right. And you mentioned he was working for 5 years when he didn't publish anything. And you're asking the question, is that possible today? Probably not. You're indicating that yourself. Would we want it to be possible? Is another question we can ask. And in retrospect, if somebody is doing radical, innovative, creative work, and history will show that it's right, yes, of course. But many times, maybe it will be wrong. Maybe I will be doing my research and I'm off on a tangent and it's not relevant, and I would need checkpoints. What do you think, Professor? Do you think it should be possible to not publish in 5 years and still have funding available?
As I said, it may be very difficult. But their case, I think U.S. has more opportunity. U.S. Some national labs can do such thing. For example, GFDL. I mean, NOAA put the basic fund to them so that they can maintain the important works. But I'd like to mention one thing. One thing. I mean, what Manabe responded to press conference in Princeton University a couple months ago after receiving a Nobel Prize. One Japanese reporter asked him, "Why you change citizenship from Japan to U.S.?" He said that Japan is a kind of harmonious society. He nicely talked harmonious, meaning that, and he said people said yes, but it is not necessarily yes. So it is confusing. But science is straightforward. He said he cannot. He doesn't have capability to work in the society, so then he moved, and he really had a good opportunity. His boss supported continuously for free work, so that he can grow. So that's why he changed his citizenship from Japan to U.S. I think, in a sense, Oriental community has something that harmonious, meaning that seeing same thing, parallel, seeing same thing. Some strange is very difficult to survive. So that maybe blocks some creativity.
We need some sort of environment, some sort of enabling environment where you can feel harmonious and where you can have the funding and you don't need to worry. And you can do this basic science, this basic research. Is there any such opportunities here in Korea, would you say? And I'll ask you, Dr. Lisana, later, Professor, if it's we have it in Sweden or in Europe.
Yes, I think in Korea there is some opportunity, such as Center of Excellence program, SRC, Science Research Center, which I also received that center year 2000, and I mean, Science Foundation supported for 9 years for basic research. We supported 15 professors nationwide, but it was very difficult to manage professors, so that I gave up, and I just concentrated on my own research. And I think we have such a program, but still social life is important.
Yeah,
but I don't know how we can combine those things. I think this is not only in Korea, but also everywhere in the world.
Yeah. What do you say, Professor Lisana?
About if there are good research environments here in Sweden, is that what you asked?
If we have these open, free, basic science opportunities where you don't need to show fast results.
Okay. Yeah, this is very hard. So I think about going 5 years without publishing. But I think that this is a huge survivorship bias that we see. I mean, going 5 years without publishing, it's an honorable thing and a huge investment. And here the upside was actually huge. But I think for most people, going for 5 years without publishing, you cannot survive. So we're seeing now what one person did. And I'm not sure that this is the best way for every individual scientist to actually do. Okay, so I think a much better way is to continuously publishing, benchmark your results against other people. I'd say it's a better way for most people.
Okay. It's probably a struggle. I'm sorry, I think we need to move on. We're actually late on the schedule, but this is what you get when you have interesting people. Give them a stage and a microphone and you cannot get them stop talking. And it's because we have so interesting questions. Please stay. So we're going to take a break now before the next session. 3-minute break, and we're going to show you a video, a promotion video about Sweden. You'll find it interesting. And while you're watching, please stand up, stretch your legs, go and get some coffee, something to drink, take a break, and we'll see you back in 3 minutes. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry about the stress.
동시에 지속 가능한 패션을 추구하는 게 참 근사한 것 같아요.
Many Swedes ride a bike to work every day. I also enjoy biking here in Seoul.
스웨덴은 장애에 대한 편견이 적고 모두 함께하는 사회입니다.
학원도 안 가고 공부 스트레스도 없는 스웨덴 가보고 싶어요.
There are many similarities doing business in Sweden and Korea. We share a big focus on innovation and a strong passion to win.
스웨덴도 한국처럼 e스포츠가 인기가 많아요. 저는 홍대에 있는 VR 게임장 정말 좋아해요. 너무 멋져요.
노벨의 나라 스웨덴과 한국의 공통점은 두 나라 모두 기초과학과 응용과학의 발전을 위해 아낌없이 투자한다는 점입니다.
스웨덴 대학은 교수와 학생 간 서열이 없어요. 마음껏 질문하고 자유롭게 토론할 수 있죠.
스웨덴 적십자 야정병원에서 치료를 받고 저희 생명을 구했습니다. 스웨덴은 은인의 나라입니다.
스웨덴은 한국전쟁 이후 대한민국의 근대의료 체계 정비에 크게 기여하였습니다.
Idag som det är mellan 13.
The Swedish delegation to the Neutral Nations Supervisory Commission, established by the Armistice Agreement, has been here since 1953,
contributing to peace and stability on the peninsula.
As you have seen, the relations between our two countries are broad, they are deep, and they are tremendously dynamic. Sweden will continue to partner with the Republic of Korea as it makes its transition towards a green and carbon neutral society. We will continue to support peace on the Korean peninsula, and we will continue to seek new and innovative partnerships. Come collaborate with Sustainable Sweden.
Welcome back. We have had two amazing sessions this afternoon, Korea time, and morning, Swedish time. And we'll welcome you back after this short break. And we're going to resume, and we're going to focus on chemistry. This is the chemistry session. And the next speaker, Professor Sven Ledin, he always says that chemistry is the most important award every year. And I agree with him, because chemistry is the knowledge bridge between physics and biology. Yeah, let's say that. And what could possibly be more important than that? If you have control of chemistry, you control the world, you rule the world. So let me introduce Professor Sven Ledin. He will talk more about this. Professor at Lund University, Professor Ledin have said, yeah, I've already said that. I can see that why he would think chemistry is the most important. First, because he is a chemist, of course, but also because it connects to physics and biology. Professor Ledin is fellow at the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences and noted for his work in inorganic chemistry. He served in the Nobel Committee for Chemistry for several years, including as a chair, which gave him, of course, inside knowledge in the selection process of candidates for the Nobel Prize in chemistry. If you have questions about that, you should put them to Professor Ledin, and I think we're going to hear some about this as well. Good morning, Professor Ledin, and very welcome indeed. I hope you can hear us. We can see you. Can you see us or hear us?
Now I can hear you.
All right. Professor, good morning. Welcome. Good to see you.
Good morning.
The floor is yours.
Great to be here.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's great to be back in South Korea. And as I'm sure you've said, the most important Nobel Prize in this year is the Chemistry Prize. And of course, that's true every year. And I think it's important to state this, that whatever you do, you should do it with conviction. It is important that as a scientist, you are excited and gripped by your subject. And so for me, this is very real. There is also a good reason why. Chemistry is a central science, the central science. And when I look at the prizes in chemistry and compare them to the prizes in medicine and physics, the overlap is always great. And this is quite important for the role of our various disciplines, the fact that they are so intermingled today that the boundaries between chemistry, physiology or medicine, and physics are rather vague. But I will take you on a short journey of the history of the Nobel Prize in Chemistry with respect to subdisciplines before entering into this year. And so during the first years, up to the beginning of the First World War, we can see that the prize was very much dominated by organic and physical chemistry. Biochemistry was a small subject. Inorganic chemistry was quite important. But let's move forward in time. So if we move up till before the Second World War, what we see is that, of course, everything is growing, but it's notable that nuclear chemistry is quite an important subject. So lots of discoveries were made during these days. Biochemistry has increased dramatically up till 1939, but we're still dominated by physical and organic chemistry. As we move forward up to 1959, and now I will move in, from this I will move in years of 10. You see that biochemistry again has the strongest growth and becomes the dominant area over time, where Nobel Prizes have been awarded in chemistry. And this is quite stable over the next decades, up till 1969, 79, 89, 99, 2009, and of course up until today's prize, this year's prize. You see that the prizes are quite dominated by biochemistry, organic chemistry, and to some extent physical chemistry. What is important to realize is that this year's prize brings together two very important sub-areas, namely biochemistry and organic. And I will get into the details of why in a brief moment. So, of course, we are here to celebrate the contributions of David Macmillan and Benjamin Lewis. And we have to try to understand what they did and why this is so profoundly important. It's catalysis. And of course, catalysis is something that has been celebrated with Nobel Prizes in chemistry many times. First, the description of catalysis itself by Ostwald. Then specific catalysts by Sabatier and Ziegler-Natta. Then comes stereo, which of course is a very important part of this year's prize. And recently, asymmetric catalysis, olefin metathesis, palladium catalyzed cross couplings, and then this year's. So what we see is that this year's prize is the natural continuation of a trend of synthetic organic chemistry, where organic chemists have become increasingly successful in controlling chemical reactions. What is particularly fascinating about this year's prize is that it combines many positive aspects of how we want chemistry to proceed. It is highly efficient. It is environmentally friendly, using small and readily available compounds. It's also quite fast. So catalysis by organocatalysis is fascinating because it allows us to do things faster, cheaper, and more efficient, and in a highly selective fashion. The interesting thing is that this also needs to be thought about in the context of protein. and so in terms of biochemistry. One of the key ideas here is to use proline, a simple amino acid, to take the function of an aldolase, which is a protein consisting of 360 amino acids. So out of the full circle, we take 1 degree of the content and check, does that work? And this was one of the prime discoveries that indeed it does. Now this places this year's discovery also in the intellectual framework of understanding how protein. And of course this started before Perut and Kendrew in 1962, but it was first with the structural understanding of proteins that we got an understanding that proteins are such well-defined unities. There was then a lot of work concerning how proteins work and how they become so efficient. And what is very interesting is that it was rather late that we came up with the idea that we can actually improve on the workings of proteins. Because everyone thought that proteins had evolved over billions of years and were optimal in some sense. Of course, they're only optimal for living creatures. They're optimal because they are ubiquitous. They are optimal because they can be changed. We want the catalytic action to be quite specific. And therefore, we can see the development of Shimomura, Chalfen, and Tsien, where they not only discovered the GFP, but also developed it further. The prize to Francis Arnold in 2018 for directed evolutions of enzymes, where we again improve on the actions of enzymes. And I think with the work of the two laureates this year, to show that they can also be simplified and yet remain efficient. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much, Professor Ledin. That was very interesting. And please hang around for the discussion in a while. But first I would like to introduce our next speaker, which is Professor Hye-Young Jang. Please, welcome up to the stage. Professor Young received her doctorate from University of Texas at Austin and was a research scholar at Caltech Macmillan Lab. She's now professor at the School of Chemistry at Purdue University. And among many other things, Professor Kang has worked as a leader for the Brain Korea 21 program. This seeks to make Korean research universities globally competitive and produce more high-quality researchers. This is a topic that's very much interesting, and maybe we'll have time to speak a little bit about that too. Very warmly welcome, Professor Yang.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Hye-Young Jang, a professor at Purdue University. Professor Ledin just explained the meaning and history of the Chemistry Award of the Nobel Prize. So I would like to talk a little bit about the achievements of Professor List and Professor Macmillan from a different point of view. In 2005, when Professor Macmillan was at Caltech, I jointly conducted research together with him, and I have been conducting research and catalyst at Purdue University after I came back to Korea. Before moving on to the main topic of my presentation, I would like to introduce the relation of these two professors with Korea. On the left-hand side, you can see a picture. Two professors both visit Korea frequently, and in 2017, Professor Macmillan came to Korea to participate in UMCO's conference, and the picture is a group photo taken back then. And we also have some descendants or students of Professor Macmillan. And we have Professor Chung Won-yang and Professor Han Young-bae at Cheonggyungan University, who are students of Professor List, and also Professor Lee Sung-gi is a student of Professor List. So we have many students in Korea who learned from these two professors. This year's Nobel Prize in Chemistry went to asymmetric organocatalysis, and according to the Nobel Committee, it is described as a new and ingenious tool for molecule building. However, it is not that asymmetric organocatalyst did not exist before, but it would be more accurate to describe it as a substance that was already in nature but was shown light to the world through the two researchers. I think the Nobel Prize was awarded for not only the pioneering research, but also their application in other fields. So it's a little bit complicated, but I would like to explain what asymmetric organocatalysis is. Asymmetric organocatalysis is a catalyst that doesn't contain metal, which helps to synthesize asymmetric organic compounds. A catalyst is a material that lowers the activation energy of a chemical reaction, making it easier to perform a reaction that is impossible or requires high energy without a catalyst. So I think you might be curious what asymmetric organic compound is. So I think you can think of the relation between the left hand and the right hand. It seems identical, but if there is a mirror in between, then the left hand and the right hand are like non-identical mirror images of each other. They look the same but cannot be overlapped if you try to overlap your two hands, even though they look identical. So the relationship between these two organic compounds is called enantiomer. And if the number and type of constituent elements are the same and the structure is the same, but if it has a three-dimensional structure reflected on a mirror, like the relationship between the left hand and the right hand, it is said to be in an enantiomer relationship. The importance of asymmetric organic materials was highlighted because of the tragedy of thalidomide sold in the late 1950s. So these two look the same, but you can see the balls marked in red and marked in blue. On the slide, you can see the structure of the two enantiomers of thalidomide, and as you can see, the structure is almost identical, with the only difference being the red and blue balls. But thalidomide on the left helps relieve morning sickness in pregnant women, but the substance on the right causes birth defects. So back then, there was a tragedy that these two substances were sold without being separated, and many children were born without limbs. So since then, the synthesis of asymmetric organic compounds has become a very important research field in the pharmaceutical industry. And Professor Lidin also explained about enzyme as catalyst and also metal catalyst. So catalysts for synthesizing asymmetric organic compounds were actively studied before 2000, focused on enzymes and metal catalysts. In 2001, Knowles, Noyori, and Sharpless were awarded the Nobel Prize in Chemistry for their work on these catalysts. 2 decades later, finally, this year, the third type of catalyst, organic catalyst, was awarded the Nobel Prize in the field of asymmetric organocatalysis. In 2000, Professor Macmillan and Professor List published an article almost at the same time. So, Professor Macmillan was able to perform the chiral Diels-Alder reaction with a high stereoselectivity of 93% using the asymmetric amine shown in the figure as a catalyst. And as you can see from the orange box on the bottom, if a chiral catalyst reacts with non-chiral material, it will generate an intermediate called idiomen. And I quote Macmillan's word. He said, "Surprisingly, however, relatively few asymmetric transformations have been reported which employ organic molecules as reaction catalysts, despite the widespread availability of organic chemicals in enantiopure form." We can see that Professor Macmillan was surprised that despite the existence of a group of candidates for asymmetric organocatalysis, such as amino acid and carbohydrate, they were not applied to asymmetric reactions so far, and Professor Macmillan was also surprised by that fact. And actually, Professor Macmillan created this name, organocatalysis, and in his paper, and this paper marks a full-fledged start to this field of organocatalysis. Now let me introduce Professor List's paper published in 2000. This paper also reports on asymmetric reaction using proline, a type of amino acid that is also a chiral amine compound. In the course of aldolase antibody research, Professor List saw the mechanism of the reaction of the class 1 aldolase enzyme and recognized that enamine intermediates can be used for chemical reactions generically. So this was the idea that he had, and he initiated this research thinking that the chemical reaction that occur within the enzyme can be taken out of the enzyme and a new organic catalyst research can be started. As you can see from this graph, since their studies were published, research on organocatalysis and organocatalyst is exploding with the number of papers increasing. And more than 1,000 papers are published each year. Here you can see the steps of organocatalysis, and by applying asymmetric organocatalyst, you can shorten the steps of synthesis from 25 to 12. And on the right, you can see that paroxetine used as an antidepressant and oseltamivir used for treating viral flu was synthesized using asymmetric organocatalysis also. Along with the application of organocatalysis in the synthesis of natural products and medicine, the scope of organocatalytic reaction itself is expanding. For example, previously, the domain of organocatalysis was limited to nucleophilic electrophilic reactions in which two electrons move organochemically, but this SOMO catalysis expands the scope of reaction to radicals. So I want to finish my presentation with a quote from the two professors. Professor Macmillan once said something like this: "The stuff that should never work is where all the good stuff is." As a person in the research profession, I think the remark seems to give a glimpse of hope, as it implies that even though I may struggle every day with my research topic, someday it will prove itself as a good stuff waiting for discovery. And Professor List said, making molecules is like creating something beautiful. And I think he gave the message that if you study hard, you'll be able to reach a point where even hard and bleak chemicals can someday look beautiful. Thank you very much for your attention.
Very interesting. What a fascinating topic and what a fascinating result they have achieved between them. And it's interesting to hear that you're saying that maybe they were rewarded or awarded for doing several things and not only this. But let me ask you first to connect to the images that Professor Ledin showed of organic and biochemistry and what the focus of chemistry in Korea Korea is. Are you active in all those pillars, on all those different directions of chemistry, or is chemistry in Korea focusing on any particular of those areas?
In the area of catalysts, in the field of catalysts, I don't think we can really clearly distinguish different sectors. For example, I am specializing in organocatalysis and also transient metal catalysis. And sometimes I combine the two, and sometimes I only conduct a research focusing on organocatalysis. So I don't think we can know the clear separation or the clear boundary between different areas. In the past, we were able to distinguish different areas, but now we are seeing more and more convergence between research areas. So I don't think there is a clear-cut boundary between these research areas. And I think the trend in the scientific field is convergence. So convergence between biochemistry, organic chemistry, and inorganic chemistry. I think even synergetic catalysis is a result of converging organic catalysis with inorganic catalysis and photocatalysis. And I think the future direction is convergence. I'm not sure I'm answering your question correctly, but that is my answer.
You did definitely answer it, and I'm going to give you a follow-up question, which is really a question from one of the viewers. So please continue sending your questions online, and we'll pick them up as much as we can. And the question was, are researchers getting inspired by previous Nobel Awards? And that's relating to what we spoke about just now. Can you see that among researchers in Korea, researchers in Korea, that that is a fact, that you get inspired by Nobel Awards?
Yes, of course. Every year, after the Nobel Award is announced, I also personally have a lot of interest in the Nobel Prize, and with the announcement of the Nobel Prize award, I think more interest is given to that area of research. And I think, of course, scientists in the same field will take interest in the Nobel Award, but I think potential students or potential chemists would be able to take interest in this field of, for example, organocatalysis, because it was awarded with the Nobel Prize, and it can be a great source of inspiration.
Do you think the pillars that you showed us are actually a self-reinforcing process going on? Because a lot of you get awards in one area, then the next year there will be more people focusing on that area because it's giving reward, and then it's increasing. I'm guessing here.
I think probably not, for the very simple reason that we are so slow in awarding the Nobel Prize winning research. Typical lead times are 25 years because it takes a long time for a radically new idea to take root. And once we come to realize that this is a truly important breakthrough, we need to work our way back to find who did what and what impact it had. And so the pioneering work of Macmillan and List, for which they are now awarded, is 20 years old by now. So the fact that it has become important is mirrored in the many people who are using these methods today, rather than everyone using them because it has been awarded with the Nobel Prize. So I think we are more a reflection of research society than the pathfinders. I do hope that the Nobel Prize has the capacity of putting the searchlight on an area and to show how how fast. But I don't think that the areas that are awarded this year are going to receive all that much more attention in the coming years, because it has already received that, and that is partially why they are awarding the Nobel Prize.
Okay, thank you. This is such a fascinating topic with how we get high quality researchers, and I really would like an opportunity to talk more about that. But I have another pressing question. There are more than 3,000 patents on asymmetric organocatalysis alone. And I'm curious to hear your thoughts on that. As I understand it, it's not the methods as such that are patented. So the findings that the professors did, that they are being awarded for, are not patented, but the patents are coming as a result of that. Can you please talk a little bit about the view on patents here in Korea?
Yeah, chemical process.
Yes, I think patenting a chemical process is not impossible or not that difficult, but issuing a patent itself is not difficult. However, if we are commercializing this technology, the patent is there to protect my intellectual property right, but sometimes it is not that easy to get my intellectual property right protected if the patent is on a method. Because if a patent is on the source material, then we can get proper protection. But for method, it is very hard to confirm whether the method was infringed. So I think the problem is at the commercialization stage. After commercialization, getting proper protection is what is a challenge. However, still, patenting a chemical process is not impossible, and I also apply patents on chemical processes, and many scientists are making efforts to get their IPR protected by preparing the claims well. So I think it's better to get patents on a new chiral material rather than the method.
The process, we can expect this, Professor Ledin.
Yes, and if we look at the fundamental design, these would be very difficult to patent because it is such a general result that it's possible to catalyze an organic reaction using a chiral small molecule. If that was patented, it would mean that it would not be possible to use a small molecule if it's chiral in an organic reaction without proving that it's actually catalytic. Such extremely wide-ranging patents cannot be awarded, and we should be very grateful for that, because that would be a straitjacket for science. But the large number of patents for specific reactions is, of course, a measure of how industrially important these findings have become over time.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your very interesting presentations and your conversation. And my apologies to the audience for having run a little bit over. But before we leave this sciences session, I want to invite the ambassador to give a few closing words. Thank you, Professor Ledin. Thank you, Professor Young. Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Anders, and many thanks to all the speakers for your kind and brilliant participation. And thanks again to our partners and to Eva Women's University for the support. Many thanks, of course, to the audience for your very insightful questions. And I'd also like to thank our excellent interpreter who has made it possible to have this session concomitantly in English and in Korean.
I scribbled some notes during this session. I have to say it's quite a humbling experience as a diplomat to be in this incredibly intellectually stimulating crowd. It's not every day that we hear about spin glass systems, stochastic resonance, and organocatalysis in my line of work. But I really want to underline a few things that I think many of you put emphasis on in your presentation, and that is really the fun and the love of learning. Someone put the love of launching and landing new ideas, which I think is really the basis of scientific discovery and scientific progress. And I think in this regard, Sweden has a lot to learn from Korea, and I hope that Korea certainly also has a lot to learn from Sweden, and this is a great basis for collaboration, I think, between our two countries. But now our Nobel Memorial Program will continue with a session on the economic sciences, and after that on literature. So I invite all of you to come back in half an hour and join us then. Thank you very much.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this symposium. My name is Anders Hector, and I will be moderating this session. Everything that we say will be said in English or Korean, and you can follow a stream on English or Korean. There will also be a box where you can ask a question to the speakers or to me, and we encourage you to do that. But first, before we start, I want to introduce our host for this symposium, the Ambassador of Sweden to the Republic of Korea, Ambassador Daniel Wolvén. Please join me at the stage.
Thank you, Anders. Dear participants, it is my very great pleasure to welcome you to this symposium on the award of the Nobel Memorial Prize in Economic Sciences this year, 2021. The subtitle is Revolutionizing Empirical Research by Showing Cause and Effect in Natural Experiments. We will hear today from Swedish and Korean experts about their views on the award, about the researchers and their work, and what it is that they have achieved, and what research in the economic sciences mean for development of society, especially in the context of South Korea. Everybody is welcome to these sessions on the Nobel Awards. I hope we will be reaching those of you that are either experts or just interested and curious about the topics that we will discuss here today. This symposium is organized by the Swedish Embassy in Seoul, together with partners in Sweden and here in Korea. And let me just underline how incredibly important these partners are to research here in Korea and to cooperation in research between Sweden and Korea. I extend my deepest appreciation to each and all of you, and especially to the Korean Development Institute for your valuable support to this symposium on economics. And we now turn to the prize in economic sciences. Thank you for your attention. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Ambassador. And as mentioned, we turn to the Korea Development Institute for congratulatory remarks by Senior Vice President Ki-Wan Kim. Dr. Kim received his doctorate in Germany at the University of Bielefeld, if I'm correctly informed, and have since then been working at the World Bank and then at the Korea Development Institute. Dr. Kim is today a Senior Vice President and Chief Management Officer at KDI, and we are very happy to have you here. Dr. Kim, welcome.
So, thank you very much for kind introduction. And His Excellency Daniel Wolvén, Ambassador of Sweden, ladies and gentlemen, participating from both Sweden and Korea. On behalf of Korea Development Institute, KDI, I feel very much honored to take part in this important event today and would like to congratulate the hosts on the successful organization of this program. As you may know, the KDI, as a top public think tank in Korea with 50 years of history, has been conducting policy researches related to domestic and global economic topics, and has contributed to the rapid economic growth of Korea through its research and policy advice. KDI's main function is to provide evidence-based economic analysis and advices on concrete policy issues. Therefore, this year's Nobel Prize for Economics is much more relevant to the KDI than any other years, since it was awarded to the scholars who have substantially contributed to the improvement of the rigor of empirical research and the policy evaluation. Sweden and Korea have a few similarities. Both countries are very strong in innovation capabilities and innovation investment, and both countries are regarded benchmarking countries who have achieved economic growth as well as social inclusion. And both countries have a strong outward orientation and a great willingness to collaborate with partners. In this respect, I hope today's event will provide an important momentum for productive future collaboration between two countries. And once again, I would like to thank the host for inviting KDI to this important event and look forward to having a wonderful discussion among participants both from Sweden and Korea. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kim. Universities are among the most important institutions in society for exchange and experience and mobility of students and researchers. And in the following, we will hear some welcoming remarks from the 5 universities that we are partnering with for these sessions. And I will introduce them in order, and you will see them in brief video messages. President of Ewha Women's University, which is where we are, Eun-mi Kim. And then President of the University of Gothenburg, Eva Wiberg. President of KTH Royal Institute of Technology, Sigbrit Karlsson. President of Lund University, Erik Renström. And President of Umeå University, Hans Adolfsson.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the 2021 Sweden-Korea Nobel Memorial Program. As president of Ewha Women's University, I would like to welcome and thank everyone for attending today's program. It is my great honor to co-host this event for the second time with the Embassy of Sweden in Seoul. I would like to express my deep appreciation to His Excellency Ambassador Daniel Wolben and the Swedish Embassy for their efforts in making this event possible. This is a great opportunity for our students and the youth to broaden their views and accumulate knowledge, since it is not every day that students can listen to great discussions amongst world-renowned experts. As Ewha has had a long tradition of educating students to become global leaders in any field and break any gender and other barriers as they move forward and upward, I believe today's program will be inspirational. As we host this event at our campus, I hope that we will be able to congratulate more women and Ewha graduates in not too distant future on their groundbreaking research to become Nobel laureates. As we prepare to open the stage to discuss this year's Nobel Memorial Prize in Economic Sciences, I would like to congratulate the 3 laureates. Dr. David Card of the University of California, Berkeley, Dr. Joshua Angrist of MIT, and Dr. Guido Imbens of Stanford University for providing new insights about the labor market and how natural experiments can help us uncover the cause and effect, which has been very difficult to do in social sciences. Their work has inspired many economists as well as scholars in other fields, and will provide a lasting impact on how research will be conducted in the future. As a social scientist myself, I was fascinated to read about their work, and I very much look forward to learning during today's discussions. I hope you will all enjoy today's symposium. Thank you very much.
Good morning and good evening, everyone. My name is Eva Wiberg, and I'm the president of the University of Gothenburg. I'm honored and proud that my university is part of this excellent Nobel Memorial Program, and I wish that I could have been with you in person to take part of the presentations. Due to the pandemic, this is of course not possible. The pandemic has brought us many challenges. Perhaps the most important of all for the higher education community is for us to preserve and nurture global conversations, like this one between Sweden and South Korea. The University of Gothenburg is a broad and comprehensive university with a strong research focus. One of our strongest research areas is within political science and in public opinion, democracy and elections. In this field of political science, there is also an established research collaboration with Yonsei University. The collaboration is also strong within education, where the university has exchanged 200 students with Korean universities over the years. We are hoping that this is only the beginning of an intensified collaboration in education and research with the Korean higher education community. The Nobel Prizes are the greatest celebrations of science. In the year of 2000, the same year when Kim Dae-jung from South Korea was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize, Arvid Carlsson, Professor Emeritus at the University of Gothenburg, was one of 3 laureates in physiology medicine. A celebration of science, truth and facts, such as the Nobel Prizes, are of increased importance in challenging times when the international community must act jointly to fight a pandemic. It is with pleasure and pride I see the development of this joint collaboration between our 2 countries. I hope to meet you all in person in Korea during next year's Nobel Memorial Program.
KTH is happy to be partner in this event, and in times like this, it is even more important to keep connected. KTH is the oldest and largest technical university in Sweden with attractive education and world-leading research. KTH is an international university with some 30% of faculty having international background. Yearly, we have an inflow of about 1,000 international students. Korea is important to KTH for further exchange of students and more of excellent research collaborations. With KTH being an international leading engineering university, we'd like to deepen our collaboration as Korea is a world-leading nation in engineering and innovation. I see many similarities and mutual interests. I would like to see more Swedish students going to Korea to tap into the world-leading education and research, but also to learn more about the Korean culture. In the coming years, I'd like to see more research collaborations and more of academia-industry collaborations. Being a part of this Nobel Memorial Program, I just have to take the possibility to tell you about a real pride for KTH. Hannes Alfvén. He is our first but not last Nobel laureate. Professor Alfvén got the Nobel Physics Prize in 1970, and he is considered a pioneer in the field of plasma physics, and his discoveries play a crucial role in today's space research. I have visited Korea a couple of times, and it's a fascinating country. Already in 2013, I joined a delegation of Swedish rectors who visited a large number of excellent universities in the Seoul area. I have really enjoyed my stays. I was impressed by the high quality of the universities and the amazing labs for experimental research. I look forward to once again come back to Korea in real life. For us at KTH, this event is an opportunity to further engage KTH in deeper discussions to increase the ties with your wonderful country.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Lund University, I wish you a warm welcome to the Nobel Memorial Symposia. In the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic that has plagued the world for a year and a half, academic institutions all over the world are in the process of contemplating the lessons learned and trying to navigate in a partially new landscape. All over the globe, decision makers and us academics try to articulate the clearest idea about how to move forward after the pandemic. Frequently, the center stage of these plans is occupied by us and what we do: education, science and innovation. Sweden has a long and solid reputation as a country where the value of innovation and research is highly regarded. The Nobel Prizes are excellent testimonies to this notion. Personally, I feel strongly about this year's prize in physiology or medicine. Myself being an MD PhD and ion channel researcher, I'm in awe of the achievements of David Julius and Arden Petaputian for the discoveries of the receptors for temperature and touch. Swedes admire great advances in science, medicine, arts, and appreciate their importance for building a sustainable and democratic society. Therefore, South Korea is a country that we feel close affinity to. You cherish the same values about importance matters in life and nurture science and innovation. We all hope to be able to meet you in person soon again to maintain, no, strengthen the bonds between our countries. I wish you all a stupendous meeting.
Dear friends of Korea and Sweden, my name is Hans Adolfsson and I'm the Vice Chancellor of Umeå University. We are very happy to be part of the second Swedish-Korean Nobel Memorial Program today. Last year, Emmanuel Charpentier and Jennifer Doudna were awarded the Nobel Prize in Chemistry for the groundbreaking discovery of the CRISPR-Cas9 genetic scissors, one of gene technology's sharpest tools. At the time of the discovery, Emmanuel Charpentier was a visiting professor at Umeå University. She often mentioned Umeå as a place where she really could focus on her research and that the university provided a great platform for networking and sharing ideas. Umeå University's strong research areas include, for example, global health, infection biology, plant and forest biotechnology, aging and population studies, and Arctic research. The university campuses encourage cross-border meetings between students, researchers, teachers, and external parties alike. Through close collaboration with local and international stakeholders, we contribute in making new and exciting things possible in society. This is of critical importance now, when we experience a huge sustainable industrial development in the north of Sweden, building plants for car batteries and green steel production. Umeå University has been collaborating with the embassy in Seoul since 2013. We currently have 7 partner universities in Korea and would like to develop further partnerships and to extend the relationships regarding research collaborations. I personally had the opportunity to visit Seoul in 2014 and it was a great experience. Therefore, I do look forward to visit Korea again soon as it's possible. And hopefully next year's Nobel Memorial Program physically can take place in Seoul. In the meantime, I hope that you will enjoy this year's program and do take care.
Thank you very much for those welcoming words, and we also look forward to seeing you here in Seoul as soon as possible. So this session is on economic sciences, and it's a special area since it's the only social sciences area for the Nobel Awards. Coming from social sciences myself, I think it's of course the most important of the Nobel Awards. It focuses on describing society and how we can make it better for ourselves. And what could possibly be more important than that? I don't know. But I want to introduce our first speaker, coming from, it's Professor Gauthier Lanois. Professor Lanois received his doctorate at the Université Louis Pasteur in Strasbourg. He has had a position at Keele University in the UK, Laval University in Canada, and Queen's University in Belfast. Now he is a professor at the Umeå School of Business, Business Economics and Statistics, Umeå University. The topic for the Nobel Prize Award is very much in line with the research interest of Professor Lanois, which are empirical microeconomics and econometrics, labor and public economics and public finance. We are very welcome. We are very happy to have you here, and a warm welcome, Professor Gauthier Lanois.
Thank you very much. I hope you can all hear me well.
We see you and hear you.
Very good, very good. So perhaps I can start my presentation.
And we see your presentation as well.
Oh, you see that too. Excellent. I can't see that on the return. Fair enough. So today we want to celebrate the achievements of three economists, three empirical economists. David Card on the one hand for his empirical contributions to labor economics, and Joshua Engrist and Guido Imbens for their methodological contributions to the analysis of causal relationships. And what I plan to do in this short discussion is to try to explain why this matters so much to economics. And essentially what they show us is how we can learn from experiments or experiment-like setups. And this is a quiet revolution in economics because in general, we start most of our lectures in economics by saying, well, economists can't manipulate an economy and therefore they cannot generally design experiments. And that leads to lots of methodological developments, mostly in the theoretical part of economics and possibly not as much in the empirical part of economics. So this is obviously not completely true. There were experiments that were designed, in particular in the United States. There was a New Jersey negative income experiments early in the 60s and 70s and until the 80s, and there were many other forms of experiments of this kind, and most recently I think there was one in Finland with the universal income, but these are kind of rare. So if designing experiments is difficult, then understanding the effects and causes, the effects of causes is in general difficult to get to. So how do economists who cannot generate experimental data, how will they learn about the world? And that's essentially what David Card, Joshua Engrist and Guido Imbens show us how to do. And we have to kind of think why these people actually got to that point. And before the current new data or large data revolution, there was another data revolution in the 60s and 70s in the social sciences in particular, with the appearance of large household or individual survey data. And the fact that people suddenly recognized that they could use this kind of data to do economic analysis and to design policy. So this is kind of interesting, or this was very interesting, and the first hope was from survey data we would learn about behavior of individuals as opposed to behavior of economies under the constraints that they face. But the large methodological difficulty there was that this kind of data is observational. So it's a bit like a cosmologist looking at stars. The cosmologist cannot move the stars. The only thing that the cosmologist can do is to look at the stars. And the analysis early on was really trying to address these observational features without perhaps explicitly accounting for the natural experiment features that were present in the data they were looking at. And that led later on in the 90s and the 2000s, and even still nowadays, to lots of discussions about whether the analysis of observational data is actually believable. And there are lots of technical terms there. In order to analyze observational data, you have to make assumptions about the kind of behavior you can observe. So this leads to criticism in terms of specification choices. And once you've made those choices, then the next type of criticism against results that are based on observational data is that they may not be very robust. The results, not the data. So enters the idea of a natural experiment. Well, it's an experiment or something we can think of as an experiment, which arises in a natural way, hence the name, but which is not designed. And in order to be able to analyze such data configuration, essentially you need an accident, something you don't quite control, but generates an experimental setup, and you need rich enough data to allow you, as we will see shortly, to understand the consequences of the accident on behavior. And natural experiments are actually quite powerful. They can be very informative about a mechanism, which economists quite like often. But we will see that in the case of CARD, they provide at the same time factual evidence and in some cases new measurement. Another very important aspect of natural experiments is the statistical analysis is relatively simple. The analysis of observational data is in general very difficult, whereas relatively speaking, the analysis of natural experiment is fairly simple. Simple doesn't mean it's easy, it means it demands fewer resources in terms of computation, I guess we could say. So let's try to understand what an experiment actually is. And this is my representation of the simplest of experiment in possibly a natural science context or a medical context. But in a natural science context, it's possibly the best. So we could think that each of my two shapes on the screen there represent copies of the same population. So here you really have to think about, at least in this ideal version, that the population of individuals you're looking at are possibly like white rats, very specific type of individuals that have been bred to be as similar to each other as they can be, very homogeneous, and there is a population that you will apply some treatment to, so possibly you will give them the jab against the virus or the COVID virus, and then there is a copy of that population to which you will not do anything. So you have a population that is treated with some treatment, and then you have a population that is left alone as a control. And then you possibly release the COVID virus in those two populations, and then you compare, that's what we do in the next stage, you compare which population does better, either in terms of survival or in terms of symptoms, or in any other terms that you think is relevant. And the beauty of experimental setups of this kind is all the thinking is done before the experiment is actually conducted. Once the experiment is conducted, you have done your measurement, the analysis of the result is fairly simple. And in this very ideal presentation, I jumped a slide, so I come back up a little bit. We kind of expect that homogeneity between the two populations, and because we are very good scientists and we understand the methodology well, we apply systematically the treatment to all the members of the control group. So essentially the rats, they have to take the shot, they cannot run away, or if they run away, we'll catch them and we'll apply the shot to them. So in a sense, we reduce everything that is different between the two groups to simply the application of the vaccine, for example. In the context of a natural experiment, that will seem a bit artificial, but this is important in economics and in medicine as well. We do not really have two populations. We have one population, and we try to divide that population into two groups in a random fashion. So in the context of the randomized controlled trials in medicine, often the population is determined by a protocol that says that person is can be part of the experimental design, and then there is a flip of a coin or something of that kind that says, well, if you're a head, you're part of the control group. If you're a tail, you're part of the treatment group. And in principle, there is, once you're part of one group or the other, you cannot cross over. You're not allowed to cross over. And in principle, again, once you're part of one group or the other, you cannot withdraw yourself. You cannot take yourself out of that. And of course, in practice, these are substantially difficult parts of the running of an experiment or of a randomized control trial. So the natural experiment takes more or less the same route and says, well, suppose we can divide our population into two groups in a random fashion that is not controlled or not manipulated by individuals in the control groups or individuals in the treatment group. In the context of observational data, we may have a similar setup where there are differences between people who are exposed to a particular kind of policy and people who are not exposed to a particular kind of policy, but often people will try to find out what is best for them and then may want to cross over. And it's that potential for choice of being part of the control or being part of the treatment that makes observational data so difficult. In the natural experiment context, we really think that we have a randomization of the population such that people cannot switch between one treatment or control part of the experiment. So here we have a very simple natural experiment where we expect, or we think first that the response is homogeneous and the exposure to the experiment is homogeneous as well. No one has more or less of the treatment if they are treated. So what can be the source of this type of random allocation to the treatment group? Well, it could be that's the best case. It could be the outcome of a lottery, and that's a device that Angrist and others have used. They've used the lottery for becoming drafted into the US Army during Vietnam. It could be an accident of birth, so your date of birth. Again, Angrist has used that sort of information as a randomizer, or possibly the location of birth. That sort of accidents, as I put it. More generally, it could be the fact that the rules for a particular policy declare some differences between people and which define eligibility, but really these differences may be arbitrary, and certainly individuals cannot manipulate the rules once they are set up. Location is another good randomizer, and that's a device that has been used, for example, in the study by Card and Kruger on the minimum wage, where location around the border of those fast food restaurants was the randomizing device, if you wish. But as I said before, the important part of an experimental design is that the measurement and the analysis, once we have recognized the presence of a natural experiment, all that is relatively simple. We take measurement from our two halves of the population, from the control part and from the treatment part, and then we compare across groups. If we observe a positive difference on average, we will say, well, the treatment has had a positive effect on some outcome. If we observe a negative difference on outcomes, on the other hand, we will say the treatment has had a negative effect. Right. Things become a lot harder, and this is where I touch on the contribution of Angrist and Imbens here, when the response to the experimental stimulus varies between people, and when the exposure to the experiment is not homogeneous in the population. So here on my graph, I try to represent this by my various red lines. So you have a vertical line, random line, you could say, that divide the treated and the control. So the control on the right-hand side and the treated on the left-hand side. And then you have those horizontal wavy lines that perhaps in our abstract representation here divide between different groups where either the exposure or the response varies. The exposure to the treatment and the response to the treatment varies in the population. Now, the analysis is much harder because heterogeneity, differences between the subjects, makes the response to the experiment a more challenging object to measure and to define. And that is essentially the contribution of Angrist and Imbens, to show that this is still possible to understand the outcome of a natural experiment where heterogeneous response and heterogeneous exposure arises. So I've alluded to this, and I'm getting to the end of my presentation here. David Card puts the natural experiment as the center of some of his analysis of labor market data. And in particular, the analysis that was very striking in the 90s was that study of the effect of the minimum wage on employment and other outcomes. And it was very striking because this was an American study, not a study from everywhere else. And the consensus was, well, a minimum wage can only be a bad policy. And indeed, that may explain why the minimum wage level in the US in real terms has remained quite low over the last 40 years or so. But what they showed, and this was an impressive piece of work because it showed a lot of foresight. They collected data before a change to the minimum wage policy, federal minimum wage policy in the US, and then after a change, they made sure they contacted many of these restaurants at the border between New Jersey and Pennsylvania. They collected lots of information about these restaurants before and after the change. And what they found, which surprised, I guess, many, was that an increase in the minimum wage does not necessarily have a negative effect on employment. And of course, there has been analysis and reanalysis of their data, possibly sometimes with different outcomes and reinterpretation of what they were showing. At first, there has been other ways of thinking about the negative effect of the minimum wage, et cetera, et cetera. But this was a kind of revolution. Here is a labor economist from one of the leading universities in the United States that suggests that the minimum wage is possibly not, or possibly doesn't have negative effects on employment, which went against much of the basic labor economic view that most academics would have. And what would explain this finding? What would explain why the minimum wage does not decrease employment? Well, in their book, Card and Kruger suggest that perhaps the market power of firms on the labor market is part of the story, and explain why firms, in response to an increase to the minimum wage, would not necessarily reduce employment, and in some cases may actually decide to increase in employment. So this was a landmark contribution, and the paper in the American Economic Review is very accessible. I teach from it to my labor economics class here in Umeå, and I think the students get very quickly what the point of this study is. So this, to my mind, is actually a substantial contribution to economics in general and labor economics in particular. As I tried to explain earlier on, Angrist and Imbens, their contribution is more methodological, or the contribution that the Nobel Committee has singled out is more methodological, and it really shows how you can analyze these very complex types of data. And these methodological ideas are now fairly widely used inside economics and outside of economics in the wider social sciences. And these are kind of important contributions because they show that knowing some econometrics, understanding what matters and what is possibly less important actually leads to our ability to understand the world around us. And to that extent, the contribution of Angrist and Imbens are very, very significant. I finished by giving you some references. Perhaps the one that many people may want to read, because it is quite accessible, is that first book by Angrist and Pischke, Mostly Harmless Econometrics. It's a good book to read. I think the paper by Card and Kruger is a good paper to have read. But you can see that that doesn't stop there. There are many other contributions. For those who are more statistically inclined, the book by Imbens and Rubin is a must read as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Lanois. That was very interesting and enlightening. And we will come to a discussion later, so please stay with us. And I would like to introduce our next speaker, which is Professor Yoon-Soo Park. Please, Professor Park, join us up here on the stage. Professor Park received his doctorate from Princeton and worked after that as a research fellow at the Korea Development Institute. He is today assistant professor at the Department of Economics at Sukmyung Women's University. Professor Park has a research profile very much in line with the awards this year and is practicing their methods, and I'm looking forward to hear more about that. He and his colleagues are using lab-in-the-field methods and a quasi-experimental intervention of teaching methods to study how teaching practices affect the formation of student networks. And he studies the causal effect of single-sex school attendance on academic achievements by using a choice-based high school lottery program in Seoul. All that is quite understandable, actually. We will now hear about the winners and how their work manifests the spirit of economics to solve real-world problems. A most warmly welcome Professor Yoon-Soo Park. Please sit or stand as you feel most comfortable with.
Thank you for inviting me here. And please excuse my use of Korean language.
Please go ahead.
For the convenience of the Korean audience. 예, 저 오늘 발표를 맡게 된 숙명여자대학교의 박윤수라고 합니다. 오늘
I will be
제가
presenting. I am Professor Park Yoon-Soo at Sukmyung University, Women's University, and the title of my presentation is Card, Angrist, and Imbens, Natural Experiment, Revolution and the Implications for the Korean Economy. So it's going to be difficult for me to cover their achievements over the span of 20 minutes, and I was also asked to talk about the implications on the Korean economy, so I will have to focus on the key points. So the three laureates, first of all, Professor David Carr has been awarded half of this year's Economic Sciences Prize for his empirical contributions to labor economics, and Professor Angrist and Professor Imbens took the other half for their methodological contributions to the analysis of causal relationships. So, empirical contributions to labor economics and methodological contributions to the analysis of causal relations, how are they related? Natural experiment would be the keywords that brings together their achievements. And so these researchers
were able to answer the important questions in labor economics using natural experiment. Now, I won't repeat what natural experiments mean because Professor Lano covered that very clearly, and I would just like to share some examples. So this was published by Ingrist and Kruger in 1991, and I am going to share with you 4 studies today. And aside from 2 from the Nobel laureates that I'm talking about today, 2 have been contributed to by Professor Alan Kruger. And just as an aside, he has recently passed away and therefore was not selected as a joint winner of this year's Nobel Prize because the Nobel Prize is not awarded to the deceased, and I believe that he might have won if he had been alive. Now, on the horizontal axis of this chart, we have the years of education. And on the vertical axis, we have the level of income. And in every country or society, the more years of education one has, the higher those people's income is. However, the question here is whether there's a causal relation between long education and higher income, or competent people with reason to have higher income simply have also received more education. So this was trying to answer the question of the causal relation between education and income. Idealistically, we would be running a controlled experiment. For example, let's imagine that there is a dictator who randomly assigned students into 2 groups, young children into 2 groups. One group would be allowed to go to school for 12 years, and another group would be allowed 13 years. And after their schooling is over, we would compare their incomes. And we would look at how much there was a difference in the income between the 2 groups. And in natural sciences, of course, we would run these tests on lab rats. But this is a social science. The science of economics is a social science, so such controlled experiments are not possible. So that is why Ingrist and Kruger made use of natural experiments, which are experiential situations that arise naturally. On the left side, the yellow bars represent the average number of education for people who are born in the first quarter of the year, and the blue bars represent the number of years of education for those who are born in the fourth quarter. We see that it is uniform that people born in the fourth quarter have more education than those born in the first quarter. This is because of the compulsory education law of the United States. I won't go into much detail here. But anyway, the quarters that people are born in are very accidental. And at least it will not be related to the inherent competence of that person to generate income. However, because of American compulsory education law, those who were born in the first quarter would start their compulsory education at a later age compared to those born in the fourth quarter, and this study was making use of that natural situation. And on the chart on the right side, we see the incomes of those people. We see that people who had longer schooling, those who were born in the fourth quarter, turned out to have more income. And Ingrist and Kruger found out that 1 more year of education results in about 7% higher income. Now, moving on to the next study. We have Invents and Ingrist's study. And the question here is, the 7% wage returns on education would be an average return. And each person would have a different return on education. For some people, education will be very useful, and they will have around 8% of returns on their schooling. However, other people might have only 6% because they don't thrive on education. And the question was, which group the 7% average return would apply to. And their conclusion was that in a natural experiment, there was a local effect that was found only on the group that the natural experiment impacted. So this is about the limitations or how we should look at the results of a natural experiment. So I would like to dig into this a little bit deeper because it can be complicated. So there are 4 groups of people in this world. That's the assumption. There's always takers, never takers, compliers, and defiers. People who would always stay in education longer, whether or not there was compulsory education. And then there are the never takers who would not take an additional year of education, whether or not it's compulsory. And there are compliers who would take 1 more year of education if it is compulsory. And then we have the 4th group, the defiers, who would not take an additional year of schooling if it was compulsory. And the 7% average effect was a very local effect that was found only in the compliers who would take another additional year of education if there was a law that mandated it. And so compared to a controlled experiment, in a natural experiment, the effect was very local. It was only applicable to compliers. Now I have provided the implications here. So recently in Korea, for adults to have more education, the government issues vouchers to make adults take education or training courses. And again, we have the 4 groups of people. We have the always takers who would take the education courses whether or not they are given vouchers. And the second group would not be taking the courses whether or not they get vouchers. They're the never takers. The third group would only take the courses when they are given the vouchers. They're the compliers. The 4th group are the defiers who would only take the courses when they are not given vouchers. And it's very important to only issue vouchers for those who are the compliers. However, if this voucher is just open to anyone, then the people who would be most enthusiastic to get the vouchers would be the always taker because they're interested in education. So the point here is the group that shows the highest participation in policies are not always the same as a group that makes the policy effective, and the government has to be very clear about that. Now, Professor Lano described this study in detail, so I won't go over the details again. Card and Kruger's 1994 study. I'd just like to share the implications. Raising the minimum wage does not always cause unemployment. That was the ultimate conclusion. Now, to go into a little more detail, I will look at 2 opposing cases. When does a rise in minimum wage negatively impact employment? If you look at the situation of the labor market, if many employers are competing to obtain highly mobile workers, that is the labor market that we are thinking of. So the productivity that the worker contributes to the employer would always be equal to the wage that they are paid because they are very mobile. And if they are producing more than they are paid for, then they would move to a different employer. And in that case, if the government raises the minimum wage, this would result in less employment. However, in reality, moving to a different job is very costly for the workers because they have to say goodbye to their colleagues, they have to move, they have to get their kids in different schools, new schools. And there's something that economists call monopsony power, that is a monopoly that the employers have over the workers. And if the employers have a monopsony power over workers, then wages can be set below productivity. And a reasonable minimum wage increase may not cause unemployment. Actually, because the minimum wage had gone up, more workers might join that market and it might contribute to a higher employment. To sum up, how the minimum wage raise impacts employment would depend on the market situation. If it's perfectly competitive, then the minimum wage rise would decrease employment. But if it's imperfect competition market, then the minimum wage rise might increase employment or decrease employment. And let's look at the implications for the Korean economy. The Korean labor market is very dualized. It has a dichotomy. There are larger corporations and SMEs and small mom and pop shops and self-employed. And then we have the permanent versus temporary workers. In which market or which sector will the minimum wage more negatively affect employment? This would probably be the SMEs and the mom and pop shop sector and the temporary workers, because the workers are more mobile. And actually, if the minimum wage goes up, there would be a decreased employment in the market where larger corporations are more prevalent. Then when it's a favorable time to raise the minimum wage, that is when a large difference between wage and productivity exists. But if the economy is bad, then there would be a slim difference between wage and productivity. And if there has been a minimum wage increase, then the slim difference would be even slimmer. And in those cases, if minimum wage goes up, then employment would go down. Now, on to the last study. This is a study on immigration. David Card tried to address the common understanding that if there's an influx of immigration into a certain area, then it will be harder to find jobs there. So to answer the question, David Card focused on a very interesting example that took place in April 1980. Fidel Castro of Cuba announced, for political reasons, that he would open the port of Mariel so that Cubans who wanted to leave the country were free to go. Of course, I don't have time to cover the details of that situation, but anyway, as a result, from April to September 1980, hundreds of thousands of people set sail to Miami from the Mariel port, and as a result, 125,000 Cubans landed in Miami. And that contributed to 7% increase of Miami's labor force. If this is converted to fit the Korean situation, because we have around 28 million workers in the market, it would amount to 2 million people being added to the market. Now, what would happen? The assumption would that there would be higher unemployment and lower wages because there was more supply of labor. And Card looked at this natural experiment situation. He analyzed this massive immigration and its impact on the Miami labor market. And surprisingly enough, over the span of a year, the massive immigration did not affect the wage and unemployment rate of Miami. So the lesson to take here was that we often think that the size of population and employment have a causal relationship. We often assume that the total number of laborers in a certain market or the total number of jobs in the market is going to be constant. So that is the implicit assumption that we usually make. For example, when we're thinking about a longer retirement or later retirement age. Economists call this the lump of labor fallacy. The lump of labor policy refers to the total number of jobs within the economy never being constant, while people often believe that it's constant. In 1980, the number of jobs increased with elasticity to quickly absorb the sudden influx of population, and what mattered here was capital was mobilized. And of course, all labor is useful, but there has to be capital and investment that is quickly mobilized to absorb and make use of that labor to prevent it from negatively impacting the market. And in 1980s, Miami, investment in the textile industry was able to play that role. And now, lastly, let's look at the Korean situation. What are the implications for the Korean economy? The compulsory retirement age was quite controversial. In 2016, Korea set the compulsory retirement age at 60. It was quite controversial because many people assumed that pushing back the retirement age would lead to an increase in youth unemployment. And Dr. Joseph Han of KDI had a very important research project here. He analyzed the impact of extending the retirement age on youth employment. And he found that each worker benefiting from extended retirement resulted in 0.6 more older people being employed and 0.2 less younger people being employed. So here we have the implication that the older people replace the younger people. And this shows that Korean labor market is not as flexible as the labor market of Miami in 1980. But the fact that it wasn't a one-to-one replacement, in other words, the older generation saw 0.6% higher employment, while younger people saw 0.2 lower employment. And this reaffirms that the total number of jobs in an economy are not fixed. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. That was very interesting and some very modern data as well. Very interesting. I haven't heard about that with the unemployment. I was aware of the unemployment age, but not that effect. We're going to have a discussion about that. But first, I want to invite a guest to our panel discussion, Joseph Han, that was mentioned just now. Please join us on stage. Dr. Han is a research fellow at Korea Development Institute. Welcome, please have a seat. Dr. Han received his doctorate from University of Wisconsin-Madison, currently working as a member of the 5th Mid to Long-Term Strategy Committee of the Ministry of Economy and Finance. Maybe you'll have to explain to us what that is. And a member of the Association for Research on Aging Society in the Economic, Social and Labor Council. You're very, very welcome. And thank you. I have a question for you to start off. And the question is, how you are obviously utilizing these methods that have been awarded. I'd be interested to hear how you're doing that. And a follow-up question to that will be, is it a method of choice? Is it like you are using this method because it's an interesting and useful method, or are you only using it when it's relevant for your work and you're using all kinds of other different methods as well? I'm going to ask that question to all three of you. But please, Dr. Han, you start first.
Thank you very much for this great opportunity. And I will speak in Korean.
Yes.
As to the questions that you just proposed, as for the body that I am with, the 5th Mid to Long-Term Strategy Commission, it's a commission under the Ministry of Finance and Economy to deal with the mid to long-term strategies. So it's as simple as that. And as for the methodologies, is it a matter of choice or is it because it is relevant? I guess it varies from researcher to researcher. Depending on the research question, I pick and choose the methodologies. As was explained in the presentations, if I need to approach with a natural experiment, then I use that approach. But if that methodology has some limitations, then I go with the traditional model based on some econometrics and controlled experiments. So it depends on what I am researching.
Professor Lano?
Yes, I couldn't hear you just now, but I think this is the same kind of answer as Dr. Han said. It depends on the question you ask, and it depends on the kind of data that is available to you. If you have rich data that contains natural experiment features to it, then perhaps it's better to use that natural experiment feature because it's going to be a simpler kind of analysis. Of course, this is a difficult position to have on all questions, because natural experiments being accidental, it's very unlikely that all the questions we want to ask can always have a natural experiment equivalent in the data we are looking at. So when there is no natural experiment, then you have to find alternatives, and that is essentially the difficulties that economics, and I'm sure all the social sciences have methodologically, when we want to say something about causal relationships and we don't have a neat experimental design in the data, then we have to find other ways and possibly lose on the clarity of analysis or lose on the robustness of the analysis, etc., etc.
Oh, I see. Thank you. And Professor Park.
제 대답도
Well, my answer, I think, will be along the same lines. So at the end of the day, it would depend on the research question. So the methodology that we employ would depend on the research question. But I actually had a question. If I am curious about causal relations, then I would look for a natural experiment situation. And if I'm not able to find such a natural experiment situation, then we'll have to employ stronger assumptions. And if the assumption is stronger and robust, then we often say that we get further away from hard science. And the research methodology would depend on the research question, is my answer as well.
Professor Lano, if you can hear hear it in English when.
Yeah, I can hear. I can't hear you very well.
Oh, you can't hear me very well.
I don't know whether this is personal, but
maybe it's my microphone. If it's a problem, you should come and help me. But okay, I'll speak a little bit louder. I have another question for all three of you, and maybe we can start with Professor Park. So in economics research, you have several considerations to make. One is the scientific robustness and the quality of what you're doing and the soundness of the work and the quality of the data and all that. And another is the policy implications and the governance issues that are the consequences of it. And I'm curious as to how the research field is dealing with this, if there is a tension between these two different things, or if you as researchers find that you are consequence neutral in some sense, that you are only interested in the data and the results, and the policy issues are up to someone else, and I don't care very much about that. Professor Park, what are your thoughts on that?
So for a very robust and good research, then there should be, of course, academic contribution. And at the same time, it should be able to answer questions for policy, and that would improve the importance of that research. And the studies that I've shared with you, especially those of the laureates, were very balanced in both aspects. But to prioritize I would prioritize the academic contribution. 하지만 굉장히 그 최저임금은 그 논쟁적이지 않았습니까? Well, about controversial, of course we want to avoid that. But if we just don't over-exaggerate the outcomes of one's research, then it won't really lead to political tension. Because we're trying to search for facts, and we are delivering the facts as we have found them. So, for example, the natural experiment between New Jersey and Pennsylvania, in that case, we found that minimum wage increase did not decrease employment. If we just accept that as a fact, then there would be no reason it would have to be politically controversial. If we, for example, state that minimum wage increase never decreases employment, then that could be controversial because it's exaggerated. And if the researcher doesn't exaggerate their research results, I believe that we can avoid that political tension.
Yeah, please talk to Han.
네, 저는 그 여러 가지
When there are many policy options, you have to weigh the different benefits of each option. And I think empirical research is needed to prove the benefits of the options. So you have to rely on the methodology, and you have to show the facts and the results as they are. Not, having some controversies or having some options be loaded or have prejudice. You should have an open discussion. But sometimes fact-finding may not be enough. For example, the COVID-19 pandemic, you need to make decisions on the fly, but we cannot have all the empirical data within such a short period of time. Then what you can do is base your assumptions on the past data and go on your common sense, and then you have to fill out the blanks. So for some of these actions that need to be taken immediately, we may have to rely on the scientists' common sense. I work at KDI, and so I'm not a pure scientist. I tend to weigh more on the policy implications. I think, I go for the policy implications rather than scientific endeavor.
Sorry, you're talking to me again.
Yes, I'm sorry. I am.
That's quite all right. No worries. I think the reason why a lot of research is done in economics is about the design of policy. And it's kind of interesting that economic research is quite strong in lots of countries which are democratic, we could say. So I don't think there is such a strong opposition between what we do and what the policy or the governance objectives are. We may disagree on the finer details, or we may disagree on a particular policy, but I think the mechanism through which information goes from, say, the science or the economics and the empirics back to the policy is quite natural and works quite well. It is true, though, that some options are often not considered either by economists or by policy creators. So, for example, in the US, the minimum wage has not been the kind of policy that people were willing to look at for a long while, but this is clearly changing after many years. So I don't think there is a tension. There may be disagreements, but I don't think there is necessarily a tension, at least not in democratic societies. That doesn't mean there is consensus. Some people still disagree with the idea that the minimum wage could be a good thing. And other people will disagree with the opposite idea that the minimum wage is always a good thing. So that's why we have elections.
Yes, that's a very good point. what I'm getting at a little bit is I'm curious in how you see the field of economics as having developed in the last decades. It seems to me it's quite different from when I studied macroeconomics in the 1990s. And it seems more robust these days. It actually seems to be having more science credence than it did in the 90s. Less subjective and more scientific in some sense, even if maybe a physicist would disagree about how scientific it is. But what I want to ask you, starting with Professor Lanois, is when you see the awards of economics, would you say that they are controversial in terms of awarding the most relevant areas and also awarding areas that are incrementally making it more scientific, or is it just is there some other characteristic that are typical for the awards? Do you follow my question?
Yes, I think the Nobel Committee is a bit mysterious. But it tries, as far as I can tell, it tries to have an overview of the discipline of economics. And the discipline of economics is actually very, very wide. There are people who are interested in labor economics, like I am, but there are other people who have interests in political science or the application of economics ideas to the design of political institutions. There are people who are interested in development economics. There are people who do finance. There are people who do macroeconomics, as you explained. And even within macroeconomics, there are lots of different flavors. And so I think that what comes out of the prize is that sprinkling across the disciplines of economics, and which shows how lively the discipline as a whole is. It feels as if it's a sprinkling, but I think there is a large body of economists that generate lots and lots of work. So that's a positive view about it. That said, I think there are very few economists in general. I mean, I compare myself, or the department in which I work, to the department of, say, sociology, of political sciences, and they tend to be bigger than departments of economics. Economists are not that many. So this should kind of decrease a bit the positive view of the breadth of the subject.
Dr. Hahn, do you agree that economics is becoming more and more scientific, or do you find it difficult to answer that question because you're biased, because you're an economist?
Actually, both, yes.
Yes, I would say that I answer yes to both sides of that question. Yes, I am biased as an economist, but anyway, from my perspective, I believe that the research in economic sciences has become much more robust because more empirical research has been conducted compared to theoretical research. For example, macroeconomics, the parameters that are used in macroeconomics research uses much more data, and so the assumptions that are coming out from that has become much more reliable than the past. Yes, if I could add on to what my two colleagues have said, I believe that economic sciences, compared to other social sciences, has a much more scientific structure. First of all, because it has a framework. There's the price and quantity, and there's supply and demand. How the price is determined in a market, the economists have models to explain the phenomenon, and then they use data to test those models. And this leads to it being much more scientific than other social sciences. But as Professor Lanois mentioned earlier, with more data becoming available in economic sciences, we see an increase in empirical research, and those trends are probably reflected in what we are seeing these days. The 3 laureates of this year have all conducted empirical research, and a few years ago, Professor Duflo, who had introduced empirical research, an aspect of empirical research, has won the award. And I believe that the trends do reflect the empirical side that is increasing in economic sciences.
About the new opportunities that we're having, you mentioned the use of data as an example, and I mentioned bias. Some new technologies becoming available, which is supposedly intelligent and cool-headed and unbiased, supposedly. I'm thinking of artificial intelligence and big data. Is this something that is entering your field as well? Are you even using this technology, AI, machine learning, or big data, to make analysis of your areas? Or do you expect that it will become a much more important area? I'll start with you, Park, and eventually I'll come to you, Professor Leno, as well.
Well, machine learning and other emerging technologies are being employed in research in economic sciences. They are just being introduced currently, but I believe that economists will be using them across a broader base in the future. In some areas of research, it can be widely used. For example, for forecasts of economic trends, people are very interested in real-time economics, so big data is used to quickly collect data and base policy decisions on that real-time data. But at the same time, big data is not going to solve all the problems and questions in economics research. So just providing observations on data will not prove causal relations, but they can complement each other. Big data and AI can be used to complement research, and more methods to that end will be developed. And of course, that means that researchers like myself will continue to study these new emerging technologies.
Yeah, I think machine learning, artificial intelligence, all these new approaches to data are being used in economics. The difficulty is to know what do we learn from it. Often, not always, but often these methods are quite black box, so they are better used for forecasting. But when we are after causal inference, then you can't be black box. You have to be precise about what it is that you are trying to measure and why you're trying to measure it. And there it may be harder for run-of-the-mill artificial intelligence methods to function well. That said, Professor Imbens, for example, has some contributions in the application of some form of automatized procedure for the search of causal links in his most recent work. So I think it's a bit early to tell right now, but I would guess that artificial intelligence or machine learning techniques will eventually move to economics, but will be adapted to the very specific problem we in general have, which is that of data that is observational and facing large heterogeneity between the sources of data. And that is quite different from analyzing pictures and trying to recognize who is a woman, who is a man, or who is on a particular database, or so on and so forth. So the problems that engineers, say, at Facebook have with artificial intelligence are possibly not exactly the same as the problems that economists have with very large data sets that we can use, for example, in Sweden, register data.
Right. Do you think it would be possible to use AI to replicate older studies, economic studies? I mean, we know that researchers are not very happy at replicating what somebody else has done. You want to work on your own questions, and it would need to be something very extraordinary to be working on replicating someone else's, just to confirm that, yeah, they were right, or to be able to say, no, they were wrong. Do you think we can use AI to do that, to substantiate the quality of the research that we already have done? Professor Lano?
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, I know there are projects out there that try to systematically replicate papers in famous journals, and their replication rate, if I remember well, is not that high. It's between, I don't know, 33% and 50% or something of that type. If you want to be very strictly able to replicate on the basis of what the authors say, but maybe we put too much, not efforts, but a paper in a economic journal is possibly not there to live forever, and its findings should be confirmed and confirmed again. And the economy changes. So the paper of Card and Kruger in the 90s possibly doesn't really apply nowadays in the same way, because we are 30 years later. What we should do if we wanted to think about the effect of the minimum wage now is to do another study of a similar kind if we can. The economy changes so much, I think, over time and between places, that it's very difficult for me to always believe that these causal links are the same everywhere. So the fact that some studies in the past were not exactly what we expected, well, it's not best, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't do some work on current ones. And the methodology, if it is clear enough, may be interesting enough to justify publication.
Yeah. I think I agree with you, and I think maybe we all believe that economics is economics. It's not physics or chemistry, and it has to follow its own logic and be measured by its own characteristic, and we're running a little bit out of time, but I want to close with a question. There's a lot of students watching these sessions, and I would like to ask if you have any recommendations for students. Either avoid this area, or sell your area that you think is the most important, or be clever and focus on methodology, or learn AI and you will have the future in your hand. What would you say to a student considering to do research in economics, Professor Park?
저는 모르겠습니다.
Well, it's hard for me to say. I would like to say that economics is an area that is worthy of studying, in particular labor economics. Among the many areas of economics, looks at social phenomenon and it looks at people. Therefore, the social phenomenon and situations can be better understood if you study labor economics, and I would like to at least say that this is a worthy area to study. I would like to say that not only in undergrad but also graduate studies, economics requires a lot of mathematical approaches, so this might sort of frighten students, and many of them might be scared away from this area. However, if once you get beyond that stage, you will understand that in economics, observational powers and curiosity, and also a curiosity on what policies will be most desirable is going to be more important. And labor economics and certain areas of economics always looks at people, so so many questions such as when people go to school, when people get married, when people get pregnant and give birth to children. And these very meaningful questions can be answered by labor economics, and I would like to strongly recommend research in this area.
Professor Lano, do you also have a final advice to students interested in doing research or considering doing research in economics?
Well, I think everything in economics is interesting. I mean, that's the beauty of the subject. It's I wouldn't say universal, but it's very, very wide, and you can have a wide variety of skills that allows you to potentially contribute to economics. It is true that you may need some statistics, and you may need a bit of mathematics, and you may need to read lots of textbooks in your training, and I think that's right. But there are lots of other things that you need to do if you want to do good research in economics. You will find out that a lot of the Nobel laureates this year and in the past know a lot of details about the data they analyze, not just the data, but the institutions around that data. And so I think everything matters. If you want to do good research in economics, you have to be not too bad a statistician, not too bad an analyst of models. You have to be able to formulate research questions that have an importance for the discipline and an importance for policy. And you have to mobilize all the extra information about the particular problem that interests you. And that may be institutional, it may be about the law, it may be about cultural practices, it may be about the weather, it may be about geography, etc., etc. So, and that's what makes economics so interesting.
Fascinating. Thank you very much. Thank you for your contribution with your time and for participating with us here today. So we're closing this session now, and I'm going to invite the ambassador to give us a few words for the closing. Thank you very much, and an applause to the speakers. Yeah, you can step down. So, Ambassador Daniel Wolvén. Oh, stay here. No.
A big thank you to Professor Lano, Professor Park, and Dr. Han for this incredibly fascinating and insightful discussion. I wanted also maybe to pick up on what Professor Lano said, that everything in economics is interesting, and this is the beauty of the subject. And I think all of you have illustrated that in a very appealing way, also to our an audience which is comprised both of experts and of laypersons. So many thanks for your insightful questions, and also many thanks for making this subject so vivid. As you mentioned, this is a subject that has policy implications that in many ways can be quite profound. And to our audience, I would also like to say that anybody interested in the future as a researcher in economics is fortunate that there is still much to discover in this area. Today, the Bank of Korea and the Swedish Central Bank are exploring a digital currency, and the trend is that physical money is slowly disappearing or quickly disappearing. And what does this do to our behavior, and how do we teach our children the value of money when it is about abstract maneuvers on a smartphone? So there's a lot of questions really to continue to dig into in this fascinating subject. Much work remains to be done. We will have to move on. Our Nobel Memorial Program will continue and conclude with a session on literature. So I invite all of you to come back and follow our last session on literature. And this marks the closing on this session on the economic sciences. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Korea. Good morning, Sweden. Let me introduce myself. My name is Anders Hector. I will be the moderator for this session. And everything we say will be streamed in Korean or English. So you can choose which stream you want to follow. And if you do it on our website, nobelmemorial.kr, there will also be a box where you can ask questions to the speakers during the session, and we encourage you to do that. But first, let me introduce the host of this session, which is the Ambassador of Sweden to the Republic of Korea, Ambassador Daniel Wolvén. Please join me on the stage.
Thank you, Anders. Dear guests, distinguished participants, dear friends, it's my very great pleasure to welcome you to this symposium on the Literature Award of the Nobel Prizes this year, 2021. The subtitle to this session is Rewarding Uncompromising and Compassionate Writing on the Refugees' Experience of Displacement and Life in Exile. We will hear today from Swedish and Korean experts about their views on the award, about Abdulrazak Gurna and his work, and I expect we will also hear about the role of literature for society, and especially about Korean literature in the world and literature from the world in Korea. The Koreas have their own historical experience of displacement, and perhaps there are parallels to be had from reading the works of Mr. Gurna. We need meeting spaces to talk about things and share our views. And during the corona pandemic, this has proven to be more important and also more challenging than ever before. I hope that the Nobel Memorial Program can be such a meeting space for Korean and Swedish people to talk about literature. I hope we will be reaching those of you that are either just curious about the subject or professional experts in this field. Everyone is welcome. This symposium is organized by the Swedish Embassy in Seoul, together with partners in Sweden and here in Korea. These partners are incredibly important to research here in Korea and to cooperation in research between Sweden and Korea. So I extend my heartfelt appreciation to each and to all of you, and especially to the Korea Comparative Literature Association for contributing to making this particular symposium possible. And now we will turn to the Literature Award. Many thanks for your attention. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Ambassador. And like the ambassador said, we turn to the next speaker also, a very important and valued partner to the embassy in conducting the symposia on literature is the Korea Comparative Literature Association, KCLA. And I'm very happy to introduce Woo Sung Kang, Vice Chair of Korea Comparative Literature Association and a Professor of American Literature and Critical Theory at Seoul National University. Please join me on the stage.
안녕하십니까.
Good
Thank you
evening.
for inviting me for this wonderful event. 지금부터는 제가 한국말로
And I will be speaking in Korean from now on.
우선
First of all, the 2021 Nobel Memorial Program has been is very much thanked for inviting me. As I have been introduced, my name is Kang Woo-sung, and I teach at the English Literature and Language Department of Seoul National University. I am the vice chair of the Korea Comparative Literature Association, KCLA, and it's an honor for me to be speaking at such an event. This event has been put together by the Swedish Embassy in Seoul, Mr. Ambassador, and the many staff at the embassy, and I would like to thank them for their efforts. And in particular, for the literature session here, there has been close coordination with the Korea Comparative Literature Association, and I would like to say that you made a very good choice in choosing that partner in us. So the Korea Comparative Literature Association, KCLA, has over the past 50 years conducted research of comparative literature between Korean and overseas literature, and also has promoted Korean literature overseas. Our chair should have been here, but he had a very urgent engagement, so I am speaking here on his behalf. World literature is being researched at the KCLA, and the Nobel Prize in Literature is very closely related to world literature and the issue of translation. That is probably why the Korea Comparative Literature Association was the most appropriate choice as a partner for this event. The laureate of this year, Dr. Abdul Razak Gurna, his selection as the laureate for this year also reflects the exchange of literature between different regions and cultures, and also the introduction of such world literature to world readers around the world through translation. And of course, I was astonished by the news that Dr. Gurna was this year's laureate, because he is not well known in Korea and none of his work has yet been translated and published in Korea. So I would say that only students and scholars and researchers of literature have access to his work, and it is something that must be regretted. However, such events as this will provide much more knowledge and understanding on his work and shed light on his accomplishments. And something that is unfamiliar to many of the Korean audience, African literature and his past in Africa and his life as a writer, which started out after he arrived as a refugee in the UK. And his life, and also, of course, his work will be discussed at this event, and it's going to be very meaningful. And Professor Lee Seok-ho at KAIST is very much involved in research of African literature, and I am also looking forward to the discussion session, which will see Professor Ko In-han as a panelist. I would like to extend my thanks yet again to the Swedish Embassy, and I hope to see many more such events to enhance cooperation between Korea and Sweden, and also promote Korean literature and also world literature in Korea as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Kang. We all agree with you. That would be amazing if we can continue doing this. Universities are incredibly important to the embassy, but also to many others. And for literature, for research mobility, and for exchange of experiences. We want to introduce 5 university partners that are helping us making these symposia possible. And they will be giving welcoming remarks with video messages, because the Swedish universities are not able to be here. So I'm going to introduce, in order, first the president of Ewha Women's University, which is where we are having this session, Eun-mi Kim. President of University of Gothenburg, Eva Wiberg. President of KTH, Royal Institute of Technology, Sigbrit Karlsson. President of Lund University, Erik Renström. And the President of Umeå University, Hans Adolfsson.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the 2021 Sweden-Korea Nobel Memorial Program held at Ewha Women's University in Seoul. My name is Eun-mi Kim, and as president of Ewha Women's University, I would like to convey my appreciation to His Excellency Ambassador Daniel Wolven and the Embassy of Sweden in Seoul for their hard work in organizing this event to honor the Nobel Prize. The Swedish Embassy in Korea and Ewha have been cooperating in many ways in order to promote deeper understanding about our two great nations. Thanks to the generosity of the Swedish Embassy in Korea, Ewha was able to invite many distinguished guests from Sweden over the years. I hope we will continue this tradition into the future so that our two nations will be able to deepen as well as broaden our cooperation. I would like to applaud and congratulate this year's winner of the Nobel Prize in Literature, Dr. Abdulrazak Gurna, who was born in Zanzibar and has been active in the United Kingdom. This year's Nobel Prize in Literature is ever more meaningful to Koreans as we have also lived through colonialism and in some respects still dealing with the traces of trauma, although the events have been many decades ago in the distant past. I'm most curious to listen to Dr. Gurnard's stories and to read his books. While much of the limelight has been bestowed upon natural sciences and engineering in this day of the fourth industrial revolution, it is still ever more important to listen to the creative stories coming from humanities and especially literature, which is deeply rooted in our existence and the sense of being. I look forward to today's discussion, and I'm confident that it will be creative, inspiring, and moving. I hope you will all enjoy today's discussions. Thank you very much.
Good morning and good evening, everyone. My name is Eva Weiberg, and I'm the president of the University of Gothenburg. I'm honored and proud that my university is part of this excellent Nobel Memorial Program. And I wish that I could have been with you in person to take part of the presentations. Due to the pandemic, this is of course not possible. The pandemic has brought us many challenges. Perhaps the most important of all for the higher education community is for us to preserve and nurture global conversations, like this one between Sweden and South Korea. The University of Gothenburg is a broad and comprehensive university with a strong research focus. One of our strongest research areas is within political science and in public opinion, democracy and elections. In this field of political science, there is also an established research collaboration with Yonsei University. The collaboration is also strong within education, where the university has exchanged 200 students with Korean universities over the years. We are hoping that this is only the beginning of an intensified collaboration in education and research with the Korean higher education community. The Nobel Prizes are the greatest celebrations of science. In the year of 2000, the same year when Kim Dae-jung from South Korea was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize, Arvid Carlsson, Professor Emeritus at the University of Gothenburg, was one of 3 laureates in physiology medicine. A celebration of science, truth and facts, such as the Nobel Prizes, are of increased importance in challenging times when the international community must act jointly to fight a pandemic. It is with pleasure and pride I see the development of this joint collaboration between our 2 countries. I hope to meet you all in person in Korea during next year's Nobel Memorial Program.
KTH is happy to be partner in this event, and in times like this, it is even more important to keep connected. KTH is the oldest and largest technical university in Sweden with attractive education and world-leading research. KTH is an international university with some 30% of faculty having international background. Yearly, we have an inflow of about 1,000 international students. Korea is important to KTH for further exchange of students and more of excellent research collaborations. With KTH being an international leading engineering university, we'd like to deepen our collaboration as Korea is a world-leading nation in engineering and innovation. I see many similarities and mutual interests. I would like to see more Swedish students going to Korea to tap into the world-leading education and research, but also to learn more about the Korean culture. In the coming years, I'd like to see more research collaborations and more of academia-industry collaborations. Being a part of this Nobel Memorial Program, I just have to take the possibility to tell you about a real pride for KTH, Hannes Alfvén. He is our first but not last Nobel laureate, Professor Alfvén got the Nobel Physics Prize in 1970, and he is considered a pioneer in the field of plasma physics, and his discoveries play a crucial role in today's space research. I have visited Korea a couple of times, and it's a fascinating country. Already in 2013, I joined a delegation of Swedish rectors who visited a large number of excellent universities in the Seoul area. I have really enjoyed my stays. I was impressed by the high quality of the universities and the amazing labs for experimental research. I look forward to once again come back to Korea in real life. For us at KTH, this event is an opportunity to further engage KTH in deeper discussions to increase the ties with your wonderful country.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Lund University, I wish you a warm welcome to the Nobel Memorial Symposia. In the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic that has plagued the world for a year and a half, academic institutions all over the world are in the process of contemplating the lessons learned and trying to navigate in a partially new landscape. All over the globe, decision makers and us academics try to articulate the clearest idea about how to move forward after the pandemic. Frequently, the center stage of these plans is occupied by us and what we do: education, science, and innovation. Sweden has a long and solid reputation as a country where the value of innovation and research is highly regarded. The Nobel Prizes are excellent testimonies to this notion. Personally, I feel strongly about this year's prize in physiology or medicine. Myself being an MD, PhD and ion channel researcher, I'm in awe of the achievements of David Julius and Arden Petaputian for their discoveries of the receptors for temperature and touch. Swedes admire great advances in science, medicine, arts, and appreciate their importance for building a sustainable and democratic society. Therefore, South Korea is a country that we feel close affinity to. You cherish the same values about important matters in life and nurture science and innovation. We all hope to be able to meet you in person soon again to maintain, no, strengthen the bonds between our countries. I wish you all a stupendous meeting.
Dear friends of Korea and Sweden, my name is Hans Adolfsson and I'm the Vice Chancellor of Umeå University. We are very happy to be part of the second Swedish-Korean Nobel Memorial Program today. Last year, Emmanuelle Charpentier and Jennifer Doudna were awarded the Nobel Prize in Chemistry for the groundbreaking discovery of the CRISPR-Cas9 genetic scissors, one of gene technology's sharpest tools. At the time of the discovery, Emmanuelle Charpentier was a visiting professor at Umeå University. She often mentioned Umeå as a place where she really could focus on her research and that the university provided a great platform for networking and sharing ideas. Umeå University's strong research areas include, for example, global health, infection biology, plant and forest biotechnology, aging and population studies, and Arctic research. The university campuses encourage cross-border meetings between students, researchers, teachers, and external parties alike. Through close collaboration with local and international stakeholders, we contribute in making new and exciting things possible in society. This is of critical importance now, when we experience a huge sustainable industrial development in the north of Sweden, building plants for car batteries and green steel production. Umeå University has been collaborating with the embassy in Seoul since 2013. We currently have 7 partner universities in Korea and would like to develop further partnerships and to extend the relationships regarding research collaborations. I personally had the opportunity to visit Seoul in 2014 and it was a great experience. Therefore, I do look forward to visit Korea again soon as it's possible. And hopefully next year's Nobel Memorial Program physically can take place in Seoul. In the meantime, I hope that you will enjoy this year's program and do take care.
Thank you very much for those messages, and we really hope that we will be able to meet here in Seoul next year. So let's start this session on literature, and I'm very happy to introduce our first speaker, which is Professor Maria Olausen. Are you there, Professor Olausen? Can you hear us?
Yes, I am here. Good morning and good evening, everyone.
Good morning and good evening. Fantastic. And we hear you and we see you as well. Professor Olausen is Professor of English at the Department of Language and Literature at the University of Gothenburg, and a research affiliate of Stellenbosch University in South Africa. She has published widely on African literature, gender studies and post-colonial studies, including on the Literature Laureate 2021, Abdul Razak Gurnah. A very warm welcome to you, Professor, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for this welcome, and thank you for inviting me to present on Gurnah's work. The title of my presentation is It Was the Moment at the Start of a Story, Departures and Arrivals in the Fiction of Abdul Razak Gurnah. The Nobel Prize in Literature for 2021 was awarded to the author Abdul Razak Gurnah for his uncompromising and compassionate penetration of the effects of colonialism and the fate of the refugee in the gulf between cultures and continents. The author Abdul Razak Gurnah was born in Zanzibar in 1948, but he left the island already in 1967 for Britain together with his brother in the aftermath of a violent revolution of 1964. Following a time of hardship and poverty in Britain, both brothers were able to get a university education, and Gurnah completed a degree in English. He has since worked as professor of English at the University of Kent at Canterbury, where he specialized in post-colonial literatures in English. In his literary work, there are 10 novels so far. Gurnah returns to the Eastern African coast, to the areas of his childhood, and also to the history of migration across the Indian Ocean that brought with it a very specific understanding of shifting power relations. Europeans were latecomers in this area, and they too brought with them new cultural codes and expectations, as well as a legacy of violence and coercion. In the title of my talk, I use a quote from Gurnah's novel By the Sea. It was the moment at the start of a story. To illustrate precisely this experience that the Nobel Committee talks about here, the gulf between cultures and continents. What is at stake in this description is the connection between the historical events of colonialism and the fate of the refugee on the one hand, and the importance of storytelling and the imagination on the other. And these are all central to the work of Abdul Razak Gurnah. The passage from the novel By the Sea leading up to this moment at the start of a story illustrates the importance of storytelling when exploring global events of migration and power struggles. Here, the main character, Saleh Omar, a man in his mid-60s, newly arrived as a refugee in Britain, thinks back to his childhood experience as a schoolboy in Zanzibar. One of the most memorable experiences concern maps. I speak to maps, and sometimes they say something back to me. This is not as strange as it sounds, nor is it an unheard of thing. Before maps, the world was limitless. It was maps that gave it shape and made it seem like a territory, like something that could be possessed, not just laid waste and plundered. Maps made places on the edges of the imagination seem graspable and placeable. In this quote, we can see how Goethe connects imagination with the experience of new places. Another important aspect of his work concerns the exploration of how this experience of new cultures and continents is part of a history of global movements steeped in the desire for conquests and ongoing power struggles. The first map that the character sees as a 7-year-old schoolboy in Zanzibar is presented in a context of conquest and expansion, but it is nevertheless connected, strongly connected to positive forces of imagination and to the enchantment of stories. The teacher introduced his subject in a dramatic fashion. He held up a hen's egg between thumb and forefinger. Who can tell me how to make this egg stand up on its end? That was how he introduced Christopher Columbus to us. It was a fabulous and unrepeatable moment, as if I too had stumbled across an unimagined and unexpected continent. It was the moment at the start of a story. In this passage, we see how the little boy identifies with the seafarers and the adventurers who set out on dangerous voyages. It is through departures and arrivals that new experiences are forged. They open up the possibilities for that which has hitherto been part of the unimagined and unexpected, that which exists before the stories that constitute the moment at the start of a story. The teacher continues with his lesson. As his story developed, he began to draw a map on the blackboard with a piece of white chalk. The coast of Northwest Europe, the Iberian Peninsula, Southern Europe, the land of Shams, Syria and Palestine, the coast of North Africa, which then bulged out and tucked in and then slid down to the Cape of Good Hope. As he drew, he spoke, naming places, sometimes in full, sometimes in passing, sinuously north to the jut of the Rovuma Delta, the cusp of our stretch of coast, the Horn of Africa, then the Red Sea coast to Suez, the Arabian Peninsula, the Persian Gulf, India, the Malay Peninsula, and then all the way to China. He stopped there and smiled. Having drawn half the known world in one continuous line with his piece of chalk, he put a dot halfway down the east coast of Africa and said, "This is where we are, a long way from China." This memorable moment in the childhood of the character Saleh Omar remains as a foundation for the way he continues to connect his experience as a refugee to the power of words and stories to shape the world. What is remarkable about the way the teacher draws the map is that it incorporates a larger part of the world than that described through the figure of Christopher Columbus and the aspirations of European expansion. It incorporates the history of a migration across the Indian Ocean and the awareness of various rulers who have occupied and shaped the places the teacher points out on the map. This information about maps and the description of childhood memories of places also gain additional significance from the situation the protagonist finds himself in the present. Saleh Omar arrives in Britain by air and he asks for asylum. I am a refugee, an asylum seeker. These are not simple words, even if the habit of hearing them makes them seem so. It is a familiar minor climax in our stories, leaving what we know, arriving in strange places, carrying little bits of jumbled luggage, and suppressing secret and garbled ambitions. Even when reflecting on his life from the vantage point of this precarious situation, the protagonist chooses to think in terms of the choice of words and the way his experience is formed as a story. Among the little piece of jumbled luggage that he himself carries is a casket of incense, a token of the history of connection across the Indian Ocean and of complicated business transactions and friendships that he has now left behind. Gurner's prose also carries little bits of jumbled luggage in the form of expressions in both Swahili and in Arabic that shape the narrative and lend it a particular rhythm and cadence. This novel, By the Sea, as well as his other novels, contain references to Islamic prayers and sayings, as well as descriptions of the importance of a Muslim sense of community among the characters who travel, depart, and arrive. The secret and garbled ambitions that are referred to in this quote, they refer to the future, to the dreams of new possibilities, and the conviction that he might find refuge in the global awareness of atrocities committed, in the recognition that his life had long been in danger. Here we also come across something characteristic of Gurner's style, the reworking of memory within the framework of new expectations with a critical distance to both the past and the future. His protagonists often find themselves in difficulties, partly due to their inability to understand the new contexts they find themselves in, but also due to some strange and inexplicable choices they make. Some of these choices are rendered in a humorous style with a dry wit, and they draw our attention to the absurdities of life. These incidents also stress the human need for connection and the ability to find meaning and sustenance in the retelling of difficult events. When the protagonist Saleh Omar here reflects on his experience of departure and arrival, he does this through the familiar trope we see of leaving that which we know and leaving what we know and arriving in strange places. These tropes build on the Africa-Europe dichotomy, and as Saleh Oman knows, they are only a small part of an older, more complicated history of departures and arrivals. The novel Paradise is set in Eastern Africa around the turn of the last century. It involves a history of migration across the Indian Ocean. What is significant about this novel is the way in which arrivals are depicted from the point of view of those who receive the new visitors, and the departures also involve those left behind. The boy Yusuf lives in a poverty-stricken family, but when the trader Aziz arrives, he brings excitement, food, and the promise of adventure. His uncle Aziz also came to visit them at that time. His visits were brief and far between, usually accompanied by a crowd of travelers and porters and musicians. He stopped with them on the long journeys he made from the ocean to the mountains, to the lakes and forests, and across the dry plains and the bare rocky hills of the interior. The long journeys here refer to the trading expeditions bringing goods along the old slave routes from the interior to the coast and across the Indian Ocean, only to be reversed when the wind changed direction and other goods are brought from the east to be traded along the African coast. The excitement at the arrival of travelers and porters and musicians, and all the wonderful food that Uncle Aziz brings into their household, slowly turns into forebodings of something more serious to happen, something sinister, a new type of departure. When his mother asked him what he was doing, he replied that he was resting. He tried not to say it pompously, but it came out like that, making his mother smile. She reached suddenly for him, hugging him and lifting him up, while he kicked furiously to be released. He hated to be treated like a baby, she knew that. To his amazement, she did not let him go this time. Now she held him, squeezing him to her steeping softness, saying nothing and not laughing. The back of her bodice was still wet with sweat, and her body reeked of smoke and exhaustion. He stopped struggling after a moment and let his mother hold him to her. This was his first foreboding. Yusuf's foreboding comes in the form of an awareness that there is something that his mother knows that concerns him. It is a foreboding of an imminent departure and an end to childhood. Here, the theme of departures is connected to another very common theme in Gurna's fiction, and that is the vulnerability of children in situations of changing power relations. Yusuf's father owes a debt to Uncle Aziz that he is unable to pay. And he therefore has let both his children, Yusuf and his sister, be pawned as unpaid servant to Uncle Aziz. The novel gestures towards the long history of slavery, expressed through tropes of family and developed within complex structures of family hierarchies. Gurna's fiction allows us to experience the vulnerability of departing children from the vantage point of those left behind, the powerless mothers, the helpless fathers who are no longer able to support them. The arrivals and departures depicted in Goethe's novels involve more than the individual asylum seeker finding refuge in Europe. They address the complexity of all meeting points between cultures and continents. They involve a restructuring of narratives, an incorporation of the seemingly strange and inexplicable in the form of expressions that the reader cannot be expected to understand. They point to migration as the starting point of all human endeavors, but also to the moment at the start of a story. Thank you very much.
Wow. Thank you, Professor. That was very enjoyable, I might say. I want to welcome up to the stage our next speaker, which is Seoul Lee, a professor at the School of Humanities and Social Sciences at KAIST. Please join us on stage, Professor. And Professor Lee have received 2 doctorates, no less. Please have a seat. One from University of Cape Town in South Africa, and one from Hankook University of Foreign Studies in Post-Colonial Theory. And that may be representative also of his research interest, which spans the African-Indian Ocean with regard to cross-currents of diverse civilizations. He is also writing books, directing plays, and producing television. Very welcome, Professor.
네, 반갑습니다.
Hello everyone.
소개받은
I am Seoul Lee, as was introduced. I am teaching art and humanities at KAIST. I would like to thank the organizer and the KCLA, the Swedish Embassy, for inviting me here to this illustrious forum. I am not at the liberty of using up too much of your time, so I'll just go right into the main point. Every Thursday on the first week of October, I was very busy for the last few weeks because for several years now, African authors have been talked about as candidates and actual Nobel Literature laureates. It was Ngumia Thiong'o from Kenya a few years ago, and another author who passed away, Chinua Achebe from Nigeria, and Nuruddin Bara from Somalia. They have been mentioned as possible candidates for Nobel Literature Prizes. So for every Thursday on the first week of October, people would call me. There's a high chance that an African author will receive the Literature Prize. And this year, I was forgetting all that. And the Korean press, I think, for the last 5 years, they were just, they got the false alarms. And they were saying, okay, it will be another author from another continent, so let's not bother Professor Lee. And so there was not much response, and so I thought this autumn was going to pass by quietly. But at 8 p.m. Korea time on the first Thursday of October, I got a call on my phone, and I had to talk to 7 or 8 media agencies for over 1.5 hours. Fortunately, for the last 5 years, the ties that I have had with Dr. Gurna go back because I have been engaged in studies of the Indian Ocean with Professor Go In-hwan who will appear later in the panel, and I met two interesting authors, and one of them is Dr. Gurna, and I think the other writer is also in the scene, writer Basant. I have been following them and I have met them over the past 5 years when I was engaged in the Indian Ocean studies. So their names are known to me. It's not that I have deep relations with them, but I have some casual relationships with them, and I have read 3 of Dr. Gurna's books. The Swedish embassy has proposed some questions to me in advance, and I would like to present my story based on those questions. My presentation is subtitled Between False Hope and Honest Despair, and the big title is The Never-Ending Narrative of Season of Migration. That is the title of my talk. In Dr. Gurna's stories talk about displacement, and he traverses across Africa and the Indian Ocean, and there are traditions of these regions which have been passed down in his work, but at the same time there is a departure from the traditions. So at a very idiosyncratic point, he has presented a unique displacement narrative, and that could be the rough definition of his world of literature. With that, I would like to start. Before Gurna, there were several writers from the African Indian Ocean who have written about migration, and there are 2 lineages. The writer Gurna is not the one that developed the canon of the migration narrative. There are other writers who started this. The displacement narrative has been developed by other writers, and let's compare the 2 lineages. There may be some of you who have read it. It's by a Sudanese writer, a Muslim writer, and he wrote Season of Migration to the North. And so it's to the north of the equator, and what you can see from the world literature is you can express it as the global north. So it includes Europe and the US. So in Africa, and there is the southern hemisphere, not only Africa but also including Asia and Latin America. The continents to the south of the equator, they used to be colonies of the European Empire. There are writers from the southern hemisphere, and they regard Europe and America as some type of utopia. And so just like migratory birds, the writers wrote about the desire to travel north. And the first attempt, or maybe the grammatical canon, was started by Taif Saleh, who wrote Season of Migration to the North. The global north including Europe and America, was idealized under such grammar and expressions, and following him, other African writers were influenced, and they idealized Europe and America, and they expressed Orientalism. Europe and America were considered as utopia. And if the North points to Europe and America, the South is pointing to the Southern Hemisphere, including Asia, Africa, and Latin America. And these regions were, compared to Europe and America, considered as barbaric spaces and areas of despair. And that was the symbol used for these continents to the south of the equator. So that is one line created by Taïef Saleh, and there is the other lineage. It is a departure from the lineage created by Taïef Saleh. From a discourse point of view, it's the opposite, but from a strategy point of view, it is similar because it's a parody of his line of thought. So it's just a reverse, a mirror. And the other lineage is titled Season of Migration to the South. And this is not a novel, it's a collection of essays. It contains a lot of political meditation. It's by a Nigerian writer, a professor, and who is a play critic. It's Kole Omotoso. He's been to Korea many times. In 2007 and in 2012, I had a chance to meet him at a forum, and I invited him, and we had a very interesting discussion as I invited him to a relevant forum in Korea. And there was an essay collection titled Season of Migration to the South, published in the early 2000s. And so the viewpoint about the global South was changed with this piece of work. So what were some of the historic events that reversed the viewpoint? In 1994, Nelson Mandela in South Africa used peaceful methods and was elected as the first black president through a legitimate election. And so with that event, the series of political events had taken a new course, because in the past there were civil wars or coups, and there were violent measures used to take power, and that was the scene in the African continent. But Nelson Mandela had changed the paradigm with a peaceful and legitimate election. And so the Southern Hemisphere was no longer an area of despair, but it had alternatives as good as the global North. And this had presented new opportunities and new ways of looking at global South, and that was started by this essay collection, Season of Migration to the South. If we were to look at the North and the South, of course, it was converted, but the writing strategy remained the same. So in that sense, you could say that there was no huge change. So we have these two lineages of literature. After the 1990s, the displacement and migration narratives are represented by these two perspectives. Writer Gurna, he is characterized by, as I mentioned earlier, abstaining from these two lineages, and he is lingering in between these two perspectives. He's introducing a third perspective that does not belong to either of them. So he's not leaning toward any of these two extremes. He's staying away from them. Of course, he has inherited them partially, but he has denied these two perspectives and he has taken the middle ground. And he has discovered and is creating a new narrative about migration, and that is the evaluation that is getting from the literary circle. And I think this is in line with the reasons why he has won the Nobel Prize in Literature. Then what defines Gurna's novels? I'd like to talk about 3 or 4 common features. The first characteristic of his novel is that the other writers had this dichotomic viewpoint about either the North being good or the South being utopian, but he has shifted from that perspective and is taking on this perspective of honestly displaying despair. And I'd like to share with you 3 of his novels. And when we look at his fictions, we see that common trait. So he looks at both the South and North, not with some mistaken hope. He's not overly optimistic about either the North or the South. He does not follow the footsteps of the earlier perspectives. He takes the position that both the North and the South are areas of despair. So that's his perspective. Both South and North are areas of despair to him. He's very being honest about it. So, as an example of that, I would like to show you this excerpt. I don't need to read all the sentences. Just to be brief about this. This is from his novel, Admiring Silence. So I'd just like to direct your attention to the first sentence. He says, Afro-Caribbean people have dicky hearts. The protagonist is an Indian, and he always uses similar characters. So his novels are sometimes biographical in nature, and looking at the characters and protagonists, the writer's existential traits are reflected on the characters. So you can guess where his writing comes from. So racially, this protagonist is an Indian, and he has the Muslim religion, and he's living in Africa. So these three fragmented pieces of information make up a person that is similar to Gruna. It's an Indian Muslim writer living in Africa. So from the moment he was born, this writer was a refugee from birth, belonging nowhere. So from an existential point of view, idealizing the North and despairing the South, or the reverse, he was bound to deny both of those perspectives, and it is only natural that he adopted neither. So with that in mind, it's very easy to understand where he's coming from. The novel Admiring Silence is about an Indian Muslim residing in Africa in his early 40s. He went to live in the UK, lived with a British woman, had a daughter, and it was at the time his daughter was about 14 years old. And this protagonist had a dicky heart and went to visit a British doctor. And this is the conversation that he has with his British doctor. And the British doctor does not perform medical exams intuitively. He looks at the patient's face and diagnoses him, saying that the likes of you, people from the Afro-Caribbean areas, because he has dark skin, he has darker skin. So upon his first glimpse, he says, he's assuming that he's Afro-Caribbean, and Afro-Caribbean people have dicky hearts, and makes this generalization. And he goes on to list common diseases found in the race. It includes high blood pressure and dengue fever, sleeping sickness, diabetes. These diseases are mentioned, and says, something about a series of common diseases found in a certain race. So the protagonist is having this conversation with the doctor, of course, is not resisting directly to the doctor, but he's an Indian, but he doesn't say to the doctor that I am not Afro-Caribbean. He doesn't rebut out in the open, but he just says internally and is very cynical toward a British doctor, maybe in his early 20s, who is making these racist remarks. So what is interesting from this excerpt is, I am Indian and I have Muslim faith, and I am from Africa. So it's not Afro-Caribbean. These words are not spoken to the doctor. He cannot. That is why the title is Admiring Silence. So he's living in the south, his hometown, Zanzibar, Tanzania. He came home after 20 years. And he met a British woman, Emma, when he sought asylum in the UK, had a daughter, and came back to his home. And he cannot say that he can meet a woman that his mother arranged for his marriage. So he stays silent again, admiring silence. Europe is exercising direct and indirect violence on this other. But the protagonist remains silent from the violence that he gets from his hometown as well as from the north. And this is the common trait that is found in Gurna's novel. I hope you can have the time to read the excerpts at your leisure. I hope that you can find the characteristics that I mentioned by reading the sentences more in detail. Let's move on to the second excerpt. It's from the novel Memory of Departure. The protagonist is a high school student. He attended high school in Zanzibar, and there was an English teacher who said these words in front of the high school students, including the protagonist. And you can see how Gurna is considering both Global South and North with despair. The English teacher had majored in English literature in the UK. So there's this desire to learn some advanced culture in a more advanced nation. And there's a teacher who had a prior experience. And what this teacher says to his students is, there's the bank clerk and then there's the engineer. I highlighted these words in red. There are the doctors, the graduates. Of course, Africa needs these people. But we don't need philosophers and storytellers. We don't need culture. What Africa needs is bank clerk, engineers, doctors, and graduates, not philosophers and storytellers. So there are different occupations allegedly needed in different parts of the world. Do I have enough time? So what we need to watch out for is, you have to look at this very carefully. Look at the group of professions. If you notice the professions, there's the bank clerk, engineers, doctors, graduates of not just universities but high schools also. In a colonial society or in a post-colonial society, they are very good jobs to be had if you're in a middle class. Doctors, engineers, and high school and university graduates in a colonial society or a post-colonial society, these jobs are good to have if you're the middle class. So what this means is the African natives are not allowed these jobs. The African natives cannot hold these jobs. So if you read between the lines, you have to look at Gurna's existential characteristics again. From Africa, an Indian, and of Muslim faith. He is a refugee by birth. So when he looks at Africa and when he looks at Europe, he looks at the world differently from African writers and from other writers who used to reside in Europe and came back to Africa. There are some Nobel laureates who came back to South Africa. He has different perspectives. So you can read that from these excerpts. I could not cover 1/5 of the materials. I am sorry that I could not manage my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. There's, how can you limit a presentation when somebody has been writing 10 books or 10 novels on something and been awarded a Nobel Prize? I don't blame you. You're having a very tough mission, actually. But I would like to include one more person on stage before we start our panel discussion. Professor In-won Ko, please join us on stage. Professor Ko received a doctorate at the University of Kyunghee, where he is also today, at the Humanitas College. Professor Ko received the Young Critics Award in 2006 and is the author of several books. We're very happy to have you here, Professor, and your name has already been mentioned at least once, maybe even twice. And we have heard that the naming of Abdulrazak Gurna as the winner has given rise both to astonishment, and somebody mentioned that. Happiness was indicated by Professor Lee, and I would like to hear what's your relation to Abdulrazak Gurna and for him winning this award. Professor Ko.
Well, from my perspective, the Nobel Prize in Literature has the highest prestige in the world in terms of literature awards. And Dr. Gurna winning the award, when it was first announced, my first response was, I was really happy. So I majored in Korean literature, and I am a student of African literature. And the Nobel Prize in Literature being awarded to a non-Western writer from Africa who comes from a continent that I am interested in as a scholar of literature, I was very happy to hear that. And it was also good to hear that one had won from outside the Western world, as Korea is out of that Western world. But one concern that I had was that he isn't well known in Korea, and his work has not been yet translated in Korea. And the committee selecting Dr. Gurna, I had some concerns that they might have been looking at the work to move away from Western culture-centric perspectives. And another concern I had was that they might have been considering these the standing of the different regions and continents and cultures instead of the work itself. And that was my impression of the Nobel Prize for this year before I learned about Gurna's work. But I have changed my mind since I've been listening to these presentations. Well, this year's Nobel laureate is not a very well-known writer in some areas, in some parts of the world. However, the Nobel Committee might have been making an effort to move away from Western-centric viewpoints, and I am looking at that in a more positive light.
That's very interesting. I'm also thinking that the Korean Peninsula has its own experiences of displacement and refugees, not comparable or in the same way as East Africa, of course, but in its own way. So I'm curious to hear from all of you three how you see that kind of experience is resonating in the writings of Gurna. If I start with you, Professor Lee.
제 생각에는 한국
Korea used to be a colony once. We also had a war. So we had these two big events, and this is some history that I personally have a hard time grappling with. And so there are many Korean writers who write about these painful experiences. And I think in that sense, Gurna is quite relevant to Korean literature. And there are writers who write about these painful stories. I think Professor Go In-hwan could reference those writers specifically who has majored in Korean literature.
Well, Korean writers who are in a similar situation as Dr. Gurna, there are quite a few. And so we have something that we call diaspora literature of Korean literature. So the realities of East Africa, we had something quite similar to that in the early 20th century. In the situation of diaspora, Koreans had migrated to Central Asia, Russia, and China, and Japan, and the United States, and many other countries. And they have written literature in Korean or the language of their host country. And so they are writing across borders and ethnicities and building spaces for literature. And these bodies of work from those writers, where are we going to place them in Korean literature or world literature? That kind of discussion is currently taking place. So Gurna's work has quite a lot of implications for Korean readers and Korean literature.
That's very interesting. Professor Olausen, I hope you're able to follow the conversation even if it's partly in Korean. And that you have the English translation. And I wanted to ask you if you also if you see that Gurna's experience that he's writing about is applicable to something more generic than only the part where he comes from. We're talking about whether or not it's applicable to the Korean experience. Do you see it being applicable to other areas of the world than right here, Professor Olausen?
Yes, I'm very, very happy that more readers will now be able to read Gurna's fiction, because I think that the experience of migration and the experience of displacement is shared by so many people, particularly in Sweden today, and that his fiction actually brings about a way of identifying with these characters, following their stories. But he also writes about the vulnerability of children in war areas and so on. So I think that looking back also through European history, there are many families who have these stories. So I think it will enable a sort of discussion also across generations. And I think that is really, really wonderful.
Let me continue with another question to you, Professor Olausen. Gurna seems to be both accessible to regular readers and not, maybe a little bit challenging. On the one hand, we hear of his prose as something being very pleasurable, and certainly for myself, when I experienced the quotes that you showed earlier and that Professor Lee showed, I find them both interesting and pleasurable and quite accessible. But the Swedish Academy, when they describe his work, they also describe him as averse to simplification, compassionate to individuals, but also breaking with convention, frustrating the reader's expectation of a happy ending, not following genre. Would you say he is accessible, or is he a bit of a challenge to take part of? Will he find a broad readership, do you think?
Yes, he will definitely find a broad readership. I really recommend him as an author to people who really want to read just for pleasure, but also for the story. And one of the quotes that Professor Lee showed from Admiring Silence, I think this was a very good quote because it also shows his sense of humor. So even while he is addressing really difficult questions and challenging situations, he also does this with a sense of humor, and I think this is quite wonderful. The way in which he points out the absurdity of certain situations that the migrant can find himself or herself in, but also the pomposity of the people, particularly the Europeans that he sort of meets as a refugee. And those situations are very, very funny. I have a friend who's also researched a lot on him, and she says that, you know, you can sit and read his prose, and then you just want to read some passages out loud because you want to share the fun with someone and you want to laugh at it. So, and it's the language is not difficult in the sense that it would require a lot of a sort of a trained eye. But it's really something that can be enjoyed by a very broad readership. And that is what I think is so great about this year's Nobel Prize.
Mm. And Professor Ko, you already alluded to that he will probably find a readership here in Korea as well. Does it require him to be translated to Korean? Will he find a readership in his original language, or will it need to be in Korean? And does his experience translate? Of course, everything can translate to Korean, but do you see that happening really soon?
예, 저는
Well, I'll be reading it in Korean, the Korean translation. And as Professor Lee, I met him earlier and had dinner with him before we stepped into the symposium, and I heard that the book Paradise, Professor Lee himself said that he has already been chosen as a translator. So we will be able to read Gurna's work very soon in Korean.
Professor, you're going to translate it. That was going to be my next question. Who is going to translate this? But that's fantastic. So we have breaking news from the Nobel Memorial Program. Professor Lee will be translating Gurna's work. That's fantastic. Do you anticipate this with some fear, or are you really looking forward to sinking your teeth in it?
지금 고인원 선생님께서 잘못
Professor Ko has misinformed you. Nothing has been decided yet. The laureate was announced, and the next day there is this large publisher in Korea titled Changbi. They contacted me and proposed that maybe we could publish his work. So we are in the course of acquiring the copyrights. But in Korea, when a Nobel Prize winner is decided, there are many Korean publishers, including Minimsa and Munji. There are these publishers competing to get the copyrights. So we're in the middle of this battle for copyrights, and when everything is settled, then I am willing.
I get that, and you're negotiating for the terms also. So let's not pretend that we're too excited until everything is finished. I think we have time for one more question at least. One of the things that Gurna is being described at doing, the Swedish Academy is describing him as he is returning to the individual as being defenseless against things like ideology, institutions, and racism. These institutions of society and being a victim of it. Let me start with you, Professor Lee. Do you share that view and that it comes through in his writing? And is it really true? Are we that defenseless, or is it just a narrative that he is very good at introducing?
The novels that I read will be the base of my answer. I think the common traits of his novels are they are open-ended. They have open endings. And the Swedish Academy, in analyzing his work, has defined as one of the traits, open ending, and that his novels do not have a happy ending. His novels being open-ended, I think, make his stories more realistic. There is the structural pressure oppressing him, like the institutions and racism and ideologies. These large forces oppress him, and he is fighting against them. And can that individual have the power to fight against such huge forces? His novels, just because they don't have a happy ending, does not mean that they have tragic endings. And I don't think that he is personally frustrated. Of course, the forces are gigantic, but not enough to frustrate the individual. Pronounced Jameson, what Frederick Jameson talked about political unconsciousness, when deciding the person's behavior and agency, there's the political unconsciousness that plays, and Bourdieu talked about habitus. These are the agencies that break the individual's structure, and there is interaction, and then a person finds a breakthrough. And so I think they are quite relevant agencies. And the individuals that appear in Gurna's novels, when they're faced with huge institutions like religion and ideologies, these individuals may be portrayed as tragic figures, but the novels do not have a tragic ending. And you can see glimpses of hope in his novels.
I'm Professor Olausen. I'd like to hear you weigh in on this also. And I know it's a very sociologically leaning question. But do you see also this, do you recognize what Swedish Institute is saying?
Yes, and I would agree with the depiction of hope in his novels, that there are moments between people that are described in his novels as the South African professor Tina Steiner has described as conviviality, that this power to change things and the power to actually move beyond really difficult circumstances are connected to small gestures between people, and that these gestures can be identified in his novels, and so that we have this really important aspect also of human life that he sort of returns to. He keeps returning to this question of conviviality, where the individual is not able to overcome the difficulties of structures, but the individual, with the help of other people, living together with others and aiding each other, are able to actually overcome a great deal of difficulties and together actually bring about change.
Thank you very much. I'll let that be the last words of this session. I'm sorry we're out of time. We could have had a much longer conversation because this is a very interesting topic and there are so many layers to this person's writing. I'm very much looking forward to reading it myself. And I wish you luck in your negotiations, both to translate and to get the rights for doing that. That sounds very exciting. Thank you very much, all three of you. And this concludes this session, and I will invite the ambassador to the stage to give a few final words. But first, I think you deserve an applaud for the work that you have done. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, very nice. Thank you very much. Yeah. Please, Ambassador.
Thank you, and I would like to conclude just by expressing my gratitude to Professor Maria Olausen and Professor Seok Lee and Professor Inanko for your kind participation and inspiring discussions, and also for taking us through this extraordinary journey of Dr. Gurna's work and explaining to us also how his work has universal appeal. I will not add anything else, just to say that I was very struck by this quote that Professor Olausen showed us from Dr. Gurna's work, and it stuck with me personally, and I would like to read it again. Maps made places on the edges of imagination seem graspable and placeable. So I will end with that quote, and this was also the final of our sessions, and it closes today's Nobel Memorial Program. Thank you to all of you for your participation. Thank you so much. 감사합니다.